rank it.
Your mic is muted, ma'am.
Nice. What a great way to start the show. Namaste. We've just arrived. We're slightly later than usual. Apologies on my end. Got a bit of an issue coming later, potentially. So I have navigated ways to mitigate the challenges of the power grid being down. If it does go down, it'll be down from 7 p.m. tonight till, that's in an hour, till tomorrow morning, supposedly 10 a.m. Luckily, I've got a backup power source. So without any further ado, we're going to fly into this little show for me and you. We've got Cosmic Prankster here. For those of you that don't know Cosmic, he's the Cosmic Prankster because he's cosmic and he's always pranking. And he has a relationship with the Fae that he's been developing over a number of years, several years. I believe it's like more than 5 years. And he's been gaining information from them. Let's just think of them as his extended family, effectively. And I hope this isn't messing up my audio. And so he's been building a system of correspondences that are very related to sound and color. So quite on point with the conversation tonight. The esoteric understanding of transformation. Transformation. I want us to consider what transformation is. Because formation, what is formation? What is cymatics? What is matter? Matter is fast vibrating fields, sound, acoustics. So you could think of matter as an acoustic reaction to resonance, which is an interesting idea, which means that, you know, the understanding of transformation means to change one form to another form. It's obviously got to do with vibration, sound, acoustics. And so the occult shape of words going to be central to it. Namaste, dear Hollowbone Hawk. Sorry I didn't catch you before I went on live. I was running around. We got the power outage. Thank God. Hollowbone Hawk reminded me of the power outage because I told her about it last week. And she was like, don't you have a power outage today? And I was like, oh God, I better put on my backup generator battery, get the battery up full power so that I've got electricity to run through the night. At least I'll be able to be here. I might have to turn down my camera if the lighting goes pear-shaped. But I think I just realized that you can use your phones as a webcam. Now, I need to get a new phone, so I might get the flagship Samsung, which has got a really good low light camera, which would be useful for those low light moments, actually, to use as a webcam. So I thought about it. Why buy a webcam when I can just get a really flagship phone, S26 Ultra, or I think that's like pretty much one of the better low light phones cameras. But anyway, and you just plug and play these days. They become your webcam. So that's an interesting concept. So yeah, quite excited about the show. As you know, Cosmic is our John D. He doesn't use a crystal ball. He channels, but not conventional channeling. He's not like one of the Bashir types. It's a different kind of channeling. He'll tell you all about it. For those of you that don't know him, namaste, dear Cosmic. It's an honor to have you on the show, as always, dear brother.
Yeah, man. Like one of the things I've been working on with the Fae recently is I've been kind of like focusing on nonlinear time. And one thing I've started to realize is that it makes sense to understand nonlinear time in terms of color. See, linear time, you think of it in terms of quantity, like there's a certain sense of like, you know, late and early, you know, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, etc. But I've been thinking, you know, from their perspective, from their world, that they live in these colored realms where it's just sort of like, you know, certain color represents like their dimension. And the idea is like color implies like time in the sense that, you know, you think of like yellow or red, there's the sense of the end of the day. And if you think of like, like a light blue, you think of like the middle of the day. And because of like how you feel structured in the day being late or early, depending on color, that is actually how time flows in higher dimensional realms. It's actually based on the kind of the momentum that color creates on consciousness, as opposed to how it works with here, as where the planet sort of revolves around the sun and it changes from day to night. So that's kind of what I've been working on with the Fae recently. And I see we got Indy Sage who just joined in. So I'll give him a chance to introduce himself as well. You're still muted, Franklin.
I'm just testing my microphone. Dear Indy brother, are you with us? Is Indy here? Let's check if Indy Sage is with us. How's my microphone sound like this? Does it sound okay?
Yeah, your mic sounds fine.
Good, because I'm not quite sure what's going on with it. So it seems like everything's working as it should be, but it doesn't seem like it's working quite the way it should be either. Anyway, it is what it is. So, yeah, Indy Sage, for those of you that don't know, he's very embedded in a lot of different fields of study. He's very much a researcher as well. And he's an anthropologist at heart and very embedded into the Tao, very shamanically inspired, in tune with the love of nature, and has put a lot of his time and energy into developing shadow work systems. And yeah, he's a lovely brother. I'm sure he'll be with us in a few minutes, and then you can hear from Indy. Namaste. We got some people rocking up in the chat. Vince, namaste. How you doing? Out tuition, namaste, big love. And of course, Hollowbone Hawk. So welcome, dear brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I have bad service right now. I'm headed to the library where hopefully we'll have better service. So I'm going to check in a minute when I get in there and I can talk without it breaking up on us. Just going to listen for now.
Sweet brother, we got you. We got you. We're following, man. So yeah, I just want to check my manual settings and the advanced settings with this. What have I got going on here? Gain. What is the gain? There's the gain at full, right? There's the gain at full. So that's full gain going. There's full gain. Boo. Okay, that's too much. So there we go. And we'll put it back to standard. And standard won't have quite that much gain. Okay. So I take it the microphone sort of sorted itself out now. I just wanted to see what was going on. It seems like it's behaving weirdly. And D-Love, namaste, dear love. So yeah, this is a really cool discussion, I think, where we're starting out. The starting point where we're starting from. The whole idea of transformation, we think of it in terms conceptually. Lovely to have you as well, man. Lovely to have you. We think of transformation conceptually as a change, right? That we witness. Yeah. But I like that Cosmic brought time into this conversation, because if we think of what time actually is, like when we speak of what time is as time is really just the measurement of change, right? And so we measure how much change there is, and everything's moving in circular fashion. So we're able to map the amount of change as per the movement of our perspective of our worlds. So we see the cycle of 24 hours cycles of change. So we map those and call those a day. And then we notice overhead that there's these 12 constellations that we can easily sort of map the system according to. And so we map those 12 movements as divisions. And so it's quite an interesting idea if you think about what time is in that way. We think of time as being just in our minds as a conceptual thing, which it is, but it's also just the measurement of change. And so that causes us to look at what transformation really is. Because like any equation, you can do it two ways, right? You can go from A plus B equals C, or you can turn around and say C equals B minus A, for example, right? Hypothetically, where B is smaller than A. So if we turn this equation around and look at it from the other side, what does it say? If time is the measurement of transformation, change, then how is transformation related to time, right? So we could think of transformation as being the units of time. And that's like quite an interesting way to look at transformation. And so then what would the units of time be? They would be different shapes. Different shapes. Different shapes of what? Different shapes of relativity. A different shape of relativity of us to the sun, to the moon, to the skies. And the changing angles and the shapes gives us the changing notions of time. So like, I thought that's probably a good place to start. What do you think of that, Cosmic, as breaking time down to blocks of shapes that are moving?
I don't know about that. I guess I would say when it comes to time, I think of it generally as sort of like movement or sort of the shifting of energies, but I also kind of think of it as like one state transitioning to another state. Like if you go from, red to blue, hot to cold, solid to liquid, it takes time for the thing to sort of alchemically phase from one thing to the other thing. So it's like if I have like an ice cube, and then I start to heat that ice, apply heat to that ice cube, and then you think about that ice cube melting. Now I think about the ice cube sort of like in one sort of point, and I think about the future, a glass of water, and that glass of water almost creates like a magnetic pull towards the future, which then basically creates a time current. So if anything, when you have something happens and there's a potential future that happens, it's almost like a time vector sort of opens up and is created like a plant sort of like growing one of its limbs.
I noticed you made a couple of really interesting points there. And so there's an interesting concept, right? Like you mentioned color, yeah? So what we perceive as color, would it be fair to say that what we perceive as color would be a different form or shape of wavelength of light?
I mean, yeah, whatever. Right. Makes sense.
Like if you think of what a wavelength is, it's got a shape to it. And so depending on how many little of that, like beating hearts, like a 3D sphere expanding and contracting, we draw it as a squiggle, but it's actually a 3D thing. And so I've either got a shape like this, right? Or I've got a shape where there's three of these little things and then they become narrower. Like I've either got three of these, 1, 2, 3, or I've got two of these, or I've got one big one of those. It's a different shape, right? If you think about it. So the shape of the toric field is changing, and the amplitude of the sound, the tone of the sound changes the shape of the wave of the field. And so it's like an interesting thing when we look at cymatics, right? The way cymatics is really just these particular sound wavelengths have particular imprints of patterns, and the patterns that they imprint are based upon the shapes that they are making. And the shape is effectively an etheric field, but it holds shape. Like, many of the ideas of molecules are considered to be the shape that the molecule takes is dictated by the cymatic field. This is a lot of the biologists are starting to come to this determination that the cymatic resonant field, the DNA creates a cymatic resonant field, and within that cymatic field, there's a shape. And within that shape, the molecules grow. There's some kind of perfect mathematics that governs the shape of the molecule and the shape of the field that it's growing into. And so it makes me think of like everything. Like there were a few other examples that you mentioned, and everyone I thought of, oh, that seems like a shape to me. You know, like what do we consider space? Because if time is the movement of space, what is space? Is space shaped energy?
I
Is that what space
think
is?
of space as like the gap between ideas and the gap between sort of things. So if you have the distinction between, you know, sort of like cup and sort of drink within cup, that there's a sort of an implied space that comes within it. So it's like, again, it's like connecting sort of 2 points together. And as for sort of understanding like wavelengths and cymatics, one thing I did this kind of like research. I think I'm actually going to show my camera here. And I did this little channel, this diagram here, which basically each one of these circles represents different fields of time. So you start like here, you have sort of like linear time. And then at this point, you start to see how it goes in all directions. But at a certain point, all the numbers kind of converge into each other. It's compressed, and then numbers essentially turn into color, and that's how there's the idea of a sort of an infinity threshold. But and so the idea is at a certain point, it's like information when it reaches what the Fae call an infinity threshold, where it's like the numbers kind of like converge up to a point where the mind can no longer conceptualize it numerically, because the dimensional content is too rich and vast. So it's like almost at a certain point, you have to like have each number like assigned to a color and have all the color dimensions as well to sort of access a new dimension of sort of thought and feeling. So in a lot of ways, I think that color is sort of basically information represented at a higher dimensional level.
Yeah, it's basically sound, but more abstract. How are you doing, dear indie brother?
Doing quite well. I finally got to the library and have service. Thank God.
Nice.
So glad to be here today, and I appreciate the great introduction earlier. I'm very much a tree hugger and love nature and interspecies communicator, which is why I was drawn towards ancient philosophical Taoism, which I do talks on in my spiritual center. And I had to do a talk yesterday in my life story, but they forgot to tell me that I had time constraints and that it was supposed to be about my spiritual life only. So they got to hear the first half of the story, the dark side before the shift and the dark night of the soul. So I got to do a quick recap for like 15 minutes of that stuff at the end when they told me that, but it looks like they're gonna have to bring me back for a second showing at the sip and share while they sip wine and I tell my life story. It was quite entertaining for me, but more than 2/3 of the crowd left. So it was a very interesting situation. But I love my spiritual center. I'm studying to be a practitioner in the Ernest Holmes Science of Mind, which is beautiful integration with the golden tapestry of all mystical paths that was done in the 30s. So I'm just loving it. I'm eating it up and I'm having a great time there. And the people tell me how insightful I am about this stuff because I bring in elements and aspects of Taoism, Hermeticism, and other aspects of ancient mystical practices. So I'm glad to be here today to get into a discussion of words, sounds, and ideas. And I love the talk that you're saying about how light is kind of another version of sound. And in all of the cosmogonies around the world, a lot of them mentioned how the word was what came first. And in my mind, the word is of the mind, not of the mouth. But they do mention in ancient Cometian lore that it was actually from the heart through the tongue that the word was spoken. So the word was likely also from the mouth as well as from the primordial source mind, which Lord, the god Ra, the sun god Ra, is indicative of the source mind and represents the origins of all the cosmos, but is represented by the sun, which I've had personal experience of a singularity point in the center of the sun that connects us to the rest of the cosmos and other stars and star systems and galaxies. So I'm just going to let you guys get back to what you were talking about, and I'm going to try to dive in with you guys on this one.
Yeah, brother. You know, I think the one commonality is sound. And like Cosmic says, color and sound are like different fields of the same thing. And it makes me think of the Hermetic principles, right? That all things are a field of correspondence, all things are a field of vibration, all things are in a state of polarity. Namaste, Chaya. How are you going? Hope you're well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. So all things are in a state of resonance and vibration, and that there is a correspondence to the way in which things are related, and that each thing has its own polarity as it's polarized between the field of other things within the field of rhythm that's governing these fields of vibration. And when we think of that, then one can quite easily see, well, when one applies these principles, one starts to go, well, what is the thing? What is the thing that we're observing? What is this thing? What differentiates this thing from this thing? From this thing, right? What makes them different from this thing or the cow?
Well, the one difference between sound and light is that sound can supposedly only travel in the atmosphere. And so in the ether, it doesn't have any atmosphere to vibrate anything in. So it supposedly can't. But if you believe in the firmament and that the primordial ether is actually primordial water, then potentially it does. And, people are scared of the vacuum. They have to go in these suits that are insulated. So if there was sound, they may not be able to hear it really.
You bring up an interesting point, and I'm going to challenge what they've taught us. I'm going to play with the words. You see, this is where the esoteric understanding of words as powerful engines of transformation of thought. So they've taught us that sound can only travel through a medium, right? And I'm like, are you sure that sound can only travel through a medium? Or can the presence of sound only be detected through a medium? And what's the difference? What's the difference? Oh, but you can't hear the sound moving through. Okay. But does that mean that the sound cannot locate through, like in a hypothetical vacuum? Because there's no such thing as a vacuum in nature, right? So there already is like a little bit of a vacuum. Okay. Show me one vacuum. Well, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum in nature, anywhere in the universe. Right. So what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about something theoretical, conceptual. Imagine that there was a vacuum, because there is no such thing. So there's no place in the universe where sound doesn't travel. First point, in the reality of things. Now, in this place that we've created in our minds, right, where apparently there's this place which is called a vacuum, which doesn't exist anywhere in the cosmos, right? Not a perfect vacuum. There's things that are almost a vacuum, but almost a vacuum is not the same as a vacuum, apparently, according to what they tell us, right? Almost a vacuum. So we even got to doubt that. But my postulation is that just because you can't see the sounds moving across that emptiness, void of space, does that mean that the presence of whatever it is that we hear isn't there just because it's not making itself known? Possibly the sound has an unmanifest quality, and we're only hearing the manifest quality of that sound, right? Sort of like saying, what else is it? There are a number of these postulations that the scientific community make. Just the assumption that if you can't hear the sound doesn't exist. But what is sound then? Well, sound is what we are hearing, fair enough. But what is it? It's vibration. But what is the vibration and emanation of? And if you don't have something to carry the vibration on the surface, then if energy cannot be created or destroyed, then what happens to it? Where does it go? So either energy gets created and destroyed, and the sound that was there no longer exists and it just vanishes, just destroyed, or it has to change from one thing to another. And it's sort of like what Cosmic was talking about, how light and sound are different. So if there's a vacuum, does the sound become some other frequency, some other thing that we might not be able to detect because we don't have the instruments to detect it on the physical plane? So I wonder, because in Vedic cosmology and in the occult, cosmologies and philosophies, there's such a thing as unstruck sound. And what is unstruck sound? Well, we're talking about unstruck sound. Unstruck sound is sound that doesn't have a physical component, but it still apparently exists. It's just not perceivable. So if it's not perceivable, then what is it? Well, it is the source root of the vibration. So even within a vacuum, this is a really interesting question to ask. In a perfect vacuum, would there still be the vibration of the universe? Right? Because if the universe is vibrating, so what do they say? Yes, according to modern physics, a perfect vacuum is never truly empty or still. It is filled with an invisible, ceaseless jiggling of energy and fields. Even if you remove all matter and heat, the fundamental fabric of the universe remains alive with constant inherent motion. Well, what is that? What is all that vibrating and inherent constant motion that the physicists are talking about? Isn't that just sound that we can't hear? Isn't that unstruck sound?
They say that there's 26.6% of the mass of the entire universe is accounted for by energy in space or ether. And that simultaneously there's 26.8% mass that's unaccounted for that's attributed to dark matter. And so Nassim Haramein is trying to draw the connection where there's a good chance that that energy that travels, the unstruck sound that travels through the primordial waters of the cosmos, is the dark matter. And it might not be seen. And I think that the reason it's not seen is not because it's not there, but even light, you don't see the blackness of space glowing, just like you don't see if there's a reflection off of a pond from a light source that's not in your view. You don't see the reflection that's bouncing off the waters and going past your vision out of sight. So just like there's beams of light that aren't directed towards our eyes that are traveling through space that we don't see, it doesn't mean that they're not there. But people that are receiving those lights beams know that they're there and can see them. So just like the sound, maybe the sound does a similar thing. Even though we don't see the glow of it from the right perspective, it is there. It reminds me of the discussion in philosophy of idealism, where if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound if there's no one there to hear it fall? And the idealist would say no. But because they believed in solipsism, the idea that the mind is the only thing that's real and that the physical reality is an illusion of the mind. But the rationalist would say that it does make a sound, but there's no ear for it to vibrate the drum of. So there's always been a debate about these things.
Yeah, I think in regards to this question that, like I'm thinking about those sounds in space, but I also think about those recordings where they take through the electromagnetic frequencies of the different planets and they try to make like a soundscape sort of out of them, like the sounds of Jupiter and the sound of Saturn. So I think in a lot of ways what we think of as sound is simply sort of like vibrations that sort of are, captured by air molecules essentially. Because if you think about it, our ear is like a sort of like a pipe or a canal, and it detects sound by sort of air essentially passing through it. So the idea is what we think of as sound are basically sound waves that have a sort of a mechanism or medium in which we can perceive those vibrations. But if you think about what you're talking about, electromagnetic frequency, it's like, I think probably in a lot of ways there is a sound, but our physical ears just don't have the capacity to detect them, right? Because they don't have that air molecule capacity. But you're right, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a sound there. Because I also think about imaginary sounds. Like there are certain like synesthetic experiences that I have where I'll look at a certain color and perceive a sound, but that sound doesn't necessarily have any physical analog to anything in the real world. Like it's some kind of like note or tone or texture that doesn't seem to really exist, or like it doesn't remind you of anything particular. And so it kind of makes you think that, like, in terms of what we can perceive as, sound and experiences of sound, it doesn't necessarily have to physically sort of vibrate off of something. Because I think about, when you remember a song in your head, right? You don't necessarily need to have, air flowing through your ear holes to, hear visualize Van Halen's Jump, playing in your mind. You can hear like the synthesizers and the guitar and, Van Halen's voice or whatever, just using it as an example of something familiar. But you don't need any actual physical sound in order to perceive the melodies and harmonies of that music if you remember it. So it makes me think that if there is a way to perceive sound in a way that doesn't involve an actual physical sound wave, it can be simply the memory of a sound wave. And you can also think of sound in terms of associating them with colors. Then when you look into, space, and you look at the planet Mars or something like that, and you see the light that shines into, your eyelids or whatever, and you think about what mood or feeling that color produces in you, and then you try to think, well, what musical tone sort of captures that exact feeling that I get from looking at the red light of Mars. And then when you understand light from that kind of perspective, you can then kind of think of sound in a different way, in that there's kind of like sound almost everywhere. Like even if you look at color, because in a lot of ways color is sound, it's just that in a lot of ways our ears and our eyes are sensory organs that can kind of pick up a certain like frequency range of parameters of things. Like the ears can pick up a certain frequency of things. The eyes, the physical eyes, can pick up the certain frequency of things. But the mind and the imagination can sort of understand a lot more frequencies than we can with the single five senses. So if we think more synesthetically and think about sound as being color, then if you look up at the night sky and you see all the different colors of the stars and planets and nebulas, you actually start to realize there's all kinds of sound and music everywhere. Because you think about it, if light waves and sound waves are essentially just different, wavelengths of just sort of, energy being sort of reflected off of things, then in a lot of ways, I think that the color of the star or the color of the planet bears some relationship to the sound that it makes, but it makes a sound in a way that can't be perceived with physical ears. And it has to kind of like, I guess you think about your third ear, if you will, and you pick it up that way.
These are both really interesting points. And I want to first jump on the point you made before I get into Schrodinger's cat, which is the problem we were talking about before, just so that I can double cap my head and make sure that my head doesn't go pop, poople, tootle, and go like streamers and like colored little bombs everywhere. The previous topic, which has got to do with the nature of experience. What was it that you were saying a minute ago, Indy, just to get back to it? Before I jump off onto the ear and the inner ear and how it works?
About the idealist and rationalist, or just kind of going on with what I was saying?
Oh, about a tree in the forest. Okay, there's my clue, tree in the forest. I just don't want to lose my place and then come back and go like, oh, I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so the first point, let me grab a picture. There's a picture of words. Let me grab a picture of words. It sounds really weird when I say that. So I think this is quite worth looking at here. So there's such a thing cosmic to what you were talking about now, right? Which is really interesting. It's called tensor tympany. Tensor tympany. So when you vividly remember music without it playing, your brain's auditory cortex reactivates, often subvocally triggering tiny physical vibrations or spasms in the middle ear, right? Muscles like the tensor tympany. This creates genuine felt resonance in your ear, a phenomenon related to earworms or involuntary auditory imagery. The actual resonance you feel inside your ear is usually caused by the physical and neurological memory of sound. So it's just like really interesting when we look at how closely our ears, when a song gets stuck in your head, the fMRI scans, which they've done, shows that the secondary auditory processes area in the brain lights up because the brain closely links hearing and motor actions, subvocalizing. It subtly activates the same neural and muscular pathways you use to listen or hum, causing a physical sensation. So you literally actually feel the vibration of the music in your inner ear when you're thinking about it, if you're like focusing on it intently enough. And this is through a series of lots of tensor tympany spasms that are obviously really refined little muscles that are vibrating at a very particular rhythm. And they're in the middle ear, and these tiny muscles normally dampen loud internal sounds like your own voice or chewing. Involuntary mental imagery can stress or cause these muscles to twitch or spasm, creating a real physical vibration or low rumbling sounds inside your ear. The musical ear syndrome. So it's like really interesting, and this is like how clairaudience works, I would say, right? Like when you're experiencing a thought and it could be sound, but you're actually hearing the sound outside as if it's like a real sound. So that's one thing I wanted to point out. Then the other thing I wanted to point out, which I think is really, really interesting and it's very relevant to what we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Vincent made the comment, if a tree falls in the forest and there's nobody there to hear it fall, did the tree fall? Now, this is a very interesting question that have been asked by a lot of physicists. Again, not on that level, because these people are looking at quantum and subquantum reactions. However, I don't know, you guys probably all know the story of Schrodinger, right? And Schrodinger's cat. I'll try and summarize the story. You guys know the story of Schrodinger's cat, right?
Yeah, and like apparently it's supposed to be representative of like atomic particles, not necessarily the cat itself. It's just an analogy for the quantum physics of how particles can exist as a superimposition, or a superposition rather, or in their superposition before they're observed, they exist and don't exist at the same time.
Exactly. So like the superposition idea is that, well, it's not so much of an idea anymore because they've detected it and seen how this field of superposition is reflecting quantum entanglement, and the quantum field, the Higgs field, is really the medium through which the superposition seems to act. But superposition states that all things are fields and that these fields are in states of superposition, and that the superposition means that the same object is occupying two spaces at once. This is really what superposition states. And that there seems to be some relationship between the mass of the object in the one field and the mass of the object in another field. But neither of these fields are actualized or manifesting. So the idea that Schrodinger said was like a thought experiment where he said, well, if you put the cat in a box with a hammer and you attach the hammer to a nuclear particle that you know is going to collapse in at a particular point in time, then the theory is that when that particle reaches the end of its proverbial life, right, that it would then collapse, causing the hammer to fall on the cat and stop the cat from breathing, and then you'll have an unbreathing cat in a box, right? But Schrödinger said, well, according to now, there's different theories. Schrödinger's idea is that observation doesn't really play a role in the collapse of superposition of these fields, right? That everything is in a state of superposition. It was Borg. Borg and many other physicists, quantum physicists, postulate that the fields exist, and until you interact with that field or view that field, observe that field in some way, the field doesn't choose which of the superpositions to manifest, right? So in other words, you'll have all these superposition fields, but none of them are occupying a space here until you observe the atom or you observe the particle or actually observe what's happening. Then it makes a choice and it chooses this field or that field, and then it comes into being in a particular way. So perception and awareness is obviously in some way interacting with this, although they, from a scientific perspective, say that it doesn't need to have anything to do with perspective of your mind. It has more to do with anything that interacts with that field, right? It could be an instrument of measurement, it could be anything, but then this brain is an instrument of measurement, and these thoughts are resonant frequencies, right? And eyes are like light that are being reflected back and forth. So actually the act of perception would produce some kind of an energetic effect upon that item. So just like a measuring device would, because our eyes are really just measuring devices if we really get right down to it. So the idea is that these superposition fields only collapse when something is observing it. So if you observe an atom, it will behave differently. That's basically it. Like if you want to put it into a nutshell, the moment you start to observe an atom, it starts to do things that it wasn't doing before you were observing it. So the idea that a tree falling in the woods, in that concept, Schrödinger took that theory and he wanted to poke fun at that theory. And he was like, well, under those circumstances, if I put a cat in a box with a hammer and a particle that's going to collapse, causing the hammer to hit the cat, then when that happens, if nobody's watching, then you would have two fields of superposition, one where the cat is alive and one where the cat is not alive. And they would both exist throughout all time. And so that's like, I think that's like a scientist's joke. Like, I don't know, these guys have got their own kind of sense of humor. Anyway, it works for them. It got them hard. You know, they were all like running around with little hard-ons going, woohoo, that was a funny joke, haha. But the idea is quite an interesting idea because this superposition is what we're talking about. And so what the story about the tree in the forest, if it collapses and there's no one there to watch it, then have the fields of superposition actually materialized. So we're speaking about the nature of materialization in a sense. And so do things exist before you observe them? What do you guys think about that as a concept?
You know, I have my own kind of take on this. So I'm thinking about, imagine a particle, like just like imagine your mind's eye, you have like a particle, it's like an atom, it's like red. You have like particle A, and then you have particle B, particle C, and particle D. You know, they have blue, green, yellow, just sort of like have it visualized in your mind's eye, right? Well, if we think about what real life is, that particle is essentially A, B, C, and D simultaneously, but each one of these particles represents an atom in a different dimension or a different universe. So that when you look at the Schrodinger's cat or the tree that falls in the forest, essentially that tree exists in a super state of multiple Zerfaxes, if you will. As though you think of one Zerfax where the tree, you know, has fallen and it makes a sound, and you have one Zerfax where the tree has fallen and it doesn't make a sound. And so in that sense, it exists as those two different Zerfax potentialities. And when you, as the observer in your limited three-dimensional perception, interact with that phenomenon, so you can only perceive one Zerfax essentially at a time, so you're going to perceive one of those two potentialities at once. So what the Schrodinger's cat basically shows me is that all these potentialities kind of exist already, which kind of goes into the whole Zarfek's theory about how there's sort of potential realities and there's actual realities. So when you see something like the Schrodinger's cat, that box is a sort of a representation of all the potential realities that exist within that box. And then when you open that box, you then get basically like rolling the dice, one of those potential realities that essentially existed. But I guess the idea is that you need to think of these objects as having all the potentialities existing in a single place at once, multiple realities existing at once. And so I think what Schrodinger's, observation and all this superpositioning stuff to me is basically, well, in my opinion, proof of the fourth dimension. Because if you think about what you're doing when you are looking at these Schrodinger's cat and these different sort of outcomes of different sets of possibilities, you are looking at different potential universes, different potential dimensions manifesting depending upon which choice is made and how the sort of the Schrodinger's cat equation sort of resolves itself, whether the cat is alive or dead or not. So I look at it as basically you have a sort of a nexus of multiple potentialities, and you, as the sort of the individual person who chooses, you essentially pick one of those potentialities within that subset to manifest, and then that then becomes the thing that manifests. That's the way I look at it.
Well, that's basically the same idea, isn't it? Superposition, two potentials. You interact with it. One potential becomes manifest for you in your field of space and time, and that's basically the idea of superposition. What the scientists are sort of talking about in their overcomplicated dialogues of ridiculous monologues, right? Where they have to put cats in boxes with hammers. I don't know. Like, what kind of a crazy person? This is something to think about. What kind of a completely crazy person imagines putting a cat in a box with a hammer and a nuclear particle, right? If you think about it, like it takes a extraordinary, complete and utter nutcase to even consider the idea of doing something like that. It takes a very special. It takes a very special kind of person, I would say, in my opinion. I don't think that's at all something that we can think of as normal. And I'd also think that, when it comes right down to it, when we apply ourselves to understanding these structures, I thought it'd be interesting to consider the cymatic relationship between sound, right, and thought, because we've got a relationship between sound and color that you mentioned before, Cosmic. And if you can change the frequency of sound, then it will become color. Yeah. Now, at which point does the frequency of thought become color? Because thought is vibrating at a much faster frequency, right? And this is something that we can't verify with tests of physical equipment easily, although what we can know is that the DNA field is vibrating extremely fast, between 1 gigahertz and 10 terahertz plus of frequency, which is pretty damn fast. So that DNA field must be the structures through which idea and thought are communicated, that then are turned into frequencies of hormones. I'm going to have to go and take a look any minute to see whether my power turns off. But what do you guys think about that? The relationship between thought, color, and sound as an idea that relates to vibration.
Yeah, I want to answer the question that you made earlier about whether something exists if it's not even seen yet. And so I feel like there's two different sides to this answer. For one thing, if something's never been observed yet, it's not part of the collective consciousness. And I believe that the mind, as is suggested in Hermeticism, comes primary before material. And so if everything that's material is made from the mind, then since something hasn't been observed and is not part of the collective consciousness of the people that observe it, regardless of whether there is like an all-seeing eye that sees everything that's been made, then potentially it doesn't yet exist because the material plane is in like superposition until it's observed and then takes form. So part of that suggests that embracing the mystery of things could allow for greater potential, especially when you don't have expectations of what you're going to see. So that could potentially change the way things manifest in your vision. And even if you don't observe them in your vision and you go in there with a blindfold and imagine what they are, maybe hearing a sound, then things could even be more deeply intertwined in superposition where there's more possibilities of what it is. And so it brings to mind the idea of the blind men reaching to touch a different part of the elephant. One person suggesting it's a tree trunk, the other one suggesting that whatever the elephant trunk would be, a vine, and the other suggesting that it's just a branch, being the tail. So when they take off the blindfold, they realize, oh, it's an elephant. But what if they just never took off the blindfold or weren't blind, or someone with sight didn't come tell them what they were seeing, what they were feeling? Maybe that would always have been some kind of a tree to them, some kind of vegetative thing that is possibly able to mobilize and move like a Venus flytrap can move its trap and capture a fly. Maybe they would have always thought that it's a type of tree that can walk. And there is a walking tree that moves in the ground and its roots crawl and it moves along the landscape. That's in like the rainforests of Southeast Asia and Indonesia or something. But regardless of that first discussion, the second discussion would suggest that if something's not seen, even though it wasn't developed into the collective consciousness for everyone to, in the back of their mind, know that it's real and have that become a new schema. If it was something that was never seen before, it becomes a new understanding of like a new type of animal or a new type of tree or what have you, that it could exist because maybe there is an all-seeing eye that created it and it knew that what it was creating. Now, that would be more relevant to the chicken before the egg ideation, where the chicken was created before the egg was developed as an understanding of how the chicken would reproduce. But the chicken was designed first, then how it reproduces and hatches was designed later. So, also suggesting that the chicken did not evolve from the dinosaur. So, but the egg before the chicken ideation would suggest that things existed before they were observed, and through what's called psychometry, it was thought that the ancient Cometian people and high priests mostly in the great mystery schools could take ormus, which is monoatomic gold, cooked down to single atomic atoms of gold that are separated from each other, not combined into a chain of a molecule of gold, that it's actually turns white or sometimes green powder. And that when you ingest that in ormus cakes, which they thought were these little pyramid-sized shaped cakes in some of the hieroglyphs, that you could practice psychometry and you could ingest that, and everything you touch, you'd be able to see its origin from where it came from the beginning of time and all of its past and history. So through psychometry, you could see what has not been seen. In maybe through temporal displacement, you'll see it through time that maybe no one was there to see it. And I would suggest that this is how a lot of the ancients got the understandings of how things happened before humans had existed. Like the example of how the moon came to the earth with the upper waters after the planet that's now the asteroid belt was crushed by the dark binary star Nibiru or also known as Kachina Red by the Hopi Indians. And so this supposedly happened 4.5 or 4.6 billion years ago. And at that point, there weren't really developed multicellular life forms that were like in the state that mammals are in the modern times relatively to that. So the idea of people having been there would mean that either they saw it through their mind, be able to travel in the mind through temporal displacement, possibly facilitated by prokaryotic cells of the mitochondria that are known to be the DNA mind in Vedic science called the chitta, or the cellular mind that can transcend time. So if there was bacteria that existed and they are all observing and they've existed in space as the panspermia that carries life to different celestial bodies, then since they have seen it and we're made of them and they are our energy source in every cell that we have, then we could potentially access their understanding. And also it's suggested by quantum physicists that there's a singularity point inside of every atom, which could be like a mirror through time, through which the prokaryotic cells could view through the singularity into temporal displacement, or they may carry a a mindset that is connected to each other, a hive mind that's connected to every other cell of the like kind, and all throughout time and space potentially. So they could potentially understand future events or timelines of scales of timelines of future event possibilities, or they could see the past that has been concretized as like the single past that we had, or maybe there were scales of timelines through the past of which there used to be different histories, but as things changed in the present and made waves to change the past is constantly changing, but at any given time, there was one history. But then when something in the present changes the past, that history then changes. And the memory of the previous history is erased from having been remembered by most, unless it was only able to be recovered by the person that is making the shift. And they would maybe potentially be able to see a glimpse of how it was and how it became. Because some people seem to have the ability to remember quantum leaps through practice of self-mastery. Changing themselves could alter the life of a past life and potentially a future life, or a future life could alter our present life and it could change the future for them. The history that they saw may be new. So basically, this could maybe mean that there are multiple timelines of our history that have shifted through time. And as people go in towards the golden age, that shift will become on an upward spiral towards the grand eschaton, where we're working towards the perfect ending of existence in the cosmos that was understood by the Greeks to be finally crystallized in the perfect state in the grand eschaton, where it reached the utmost intensity of love and light and understanding. But in a dark age, that shift could potentially be a downward spiral where things are starting to become shifted in such a way where there's a different history that's worse than the one that was there before. So it could kind of ebb and flow back and forth through the light and dark ages. And it said that the ages shift between the dark ages, when we're going away from Sirius, according to the teachings of astrotheology from Jordan Maxwell and Santos Bonacci, his pupil, and that when we're approaching Sirius, which I believe is the closest or one of the closest star systems that's near us, and then there's a Sirius A and B, but the Dogon suggested that there was a Sirius C, which has not yet been discovered in modern times, but there was a Celtic understanding of Sirius C, and they had a special name for it, which is kind of escaping me, but you could look that up. But basically, when we're approaching Sirius, it shifts into blue shift because it's approaching us and it turns blue. When it's receding away from us, it red shifts and it turns red. And it's said that Sirius changed from red to blue during the Renaissance period, when we made the shift from the Dark Age into moving towards away from the Bronze or Dark Age into the Silver Age. And we're headed towards the Golden Age, which that process, apparently, according to the Vedic understanding, the Bronze Age is the shortest period of time, the Silver Age is a longer period of time, and the Golden Age is a much longer and the longest period of time. So apparently they're suggesting that we're escaping the Kali Yuga and we're going into the Silver Age, or potentially the jumping to the Golden Age. Some people are of that opinion, which is interesting. But I feel like that transition would take us at least thousands of years to be able to get to the Golden Age. But as we grow towards the Golden Age, we're building its foundation. And so I feel like that is what we're seeing right now in the shift in our society, where we're coming away from the dark age of the fallen patriarchy, and we're starting to develop gradually and subtly amongst the collective a more sustainable foundation for a future civilization and society that is not unsustainable like this capitalist regime of mechanized, industrialized consumerism that's based on greed and the annihilation of resources for personal gain. So we see that a lot of the problems are created right now in our world, and it's said that we're in the fifth extinction level event due to the Industrial Revolution, because estimations show that 50% of the wildlife has been eradicated over the past 40 years. And basically, this is as a result of the destruction of resources like the rainforests and the depletion of soil through farming practices, the destruction of waterways and the atmosphere from pollution that's caused by the Industrial Revolution and mechanized industrialization. So what we're trying to do here as a collective to build this foundation for the Golden Age is to create a sustainable means of sustenance and coping mechanisms and building materials that will enrich the environment and bolster abundance in the environment and create mutual benefit between nature and human civilization, instead of what we have now, where the development of human civilization is detrimental to the natural environment, creating an expanding wasteland and made of synthetic materials that are toxic and detrimental and polluting and damaging to wildlife. Also, our means of transportation is detrimental to wildlife. The fact that we are like surface dwellers, where like people associate with on the ocean, there's bottom dwellers, which are considered not to be kosher to eat bottom dwellers because they eat the trash on the bottom of the sea, and they're not safe to eat because they're not able to swim up from the bottom of the ocean and eat things that are healthy and fresh. So in an analogy, you could say that the humans at our point where we're at right now, not being able to have our own UAPs to fly up in the sky, to travel, or whatever it might be, that wouldn't be pumping out toxic fumes, that we are bottom feeders. We are on the ground level and we can't fly yet. And so since we ride on the surface with wheels and they crush the animals that they roll over, it's extremely dangerous for animals to be around us in our roadways. But some people have created animal underpasses where the animals can go under the road, or overpasses where they can walk over the road in a natural terrestrial wildlife environment that's proliferated with different plant life and trees, so that they feel comfortable to travel on familiar territory. It seems that animals seem to be able to have access to instinctual understanding of how to thrive in nature without being reliant upon technology or linguistic descriptions of things, or have to read a book or be told how to do things by each other, but that they can just tap into their collective consciousness in their mind and see the coping mechanisms of their ancient ones, how to deal with certain situations. But when they come across a roadway, they seem a bit confused and baffled, maybe since they're tapping into ancient understandings of how to cope in the natural environment. And this is somewhat new since the Industrial Revolution began about 200 years ago. They probably are a bit confused as to how these things manifested in the modern times, and they weren't there in the past where they might be able to view to come up with coping mechanisms to deal with situations that they find themselves in. I would suggest that animals have an open inner eye in the waking state because they have a past that connects them to the dawn of time through a lineage that is directly bringing them through their evolution. Whereas humans were said in the mythos to have been created by a hybrid creation of the gods and hybridized with the wild terrestrial hominids, according to the ancient tales of Mesopotamia, which were then a bit simplified by the usurpers of the Judaic people, where they kind of took out the idea that we were bred as a hybrid and just said that we were made out of clay. But in the initial story of Mesopotamia, they do suggest that clay or dirt or sand was used as a fertility elixir or some kind of serum that would allow the hybrid species that they were creating through breeding to actually become fertile, because usually hybrid species are sterile. When you mix a donkey with a horse, it can make a burro or it can make a mule, and both burros and mules it's determined which one it would make based on which one was the male or female horse, and vice versa with the donkey. And they're all sterile. They cannot reproduce. So they seem to have had a situation in the story of creating the human race, which Enki and Enlil partook in, supposedly breeding with wild terrestrial hominid females in the plains. And then, according to the tales, they transplanted the fetuses into the wombs of the creatrix goddesses with the serum of not only the mud or the clay or the dirt or the sand, but also with the blood of the consort of Tiamat, the mother of Anu, the father of the Anunnaki. And that blood and clay was able to allow the human race to become fertile. Whereas at first they had created a slave race that was infertile and they had to keep making them. So it was probably burdensome to the creatrix goddesses that were either immortal or could live for thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, or potentially more. But having to do that was quite a developed process. And so potentially they wanted to, for one part, make it easier on themselves to allow the humans to reproduce themselves as a slave race for them. But also, it's said that Enki wanted to give them the rights of a proper living experience and the sacred condition of life and love, to be able to be independent and to be able to be reproducing. And also, when they were exiled after the Tower of Babylon, which was potentially done because you don't really hear about the city of Ur that came between Sumer and Babylon, but the city of Ur was destroyed and pillaged by invaders, because during the time of Sumeria, it was great that they had advanced civilization and they had started to build these large ziggurats from bricks that they were cooking and baking in the sun. And it was a massive landscape of high civilization that people had never seen before. I think before that, most of civilization, potentially excluding Göbekli Tepe, which was later buried, and so probably not seen and maybe forgotten about, but most of civilization was made from maybe wooden or bone-made homes
cottages or teepees and wigwams and such were made from animal hides and from logs and grasses, and they made grass roofs, and they used grass beds with cattail reeds with gypsum powder to sleep on for a bed and various things like that. But once they saw high civilization with these beautiful ziggurats, and they had beer, which I believe was not carbonated at the time, and they would drink from clay earthen vessels with a large straw, and people would go there, and there was an industrial thing happening going on where people would come and build the bricks, build the earthen vessels, do these things, and there was a need for a working class to do that, and which is why they created the human species for, according to the legends. So apparently Abraham himself was from Ur, and he left Ur before it was destroyed, potentially. So he was able to maintain the beauty of their deeper understanding, which he displayed as the mitzvahs that were later carried on to Judaism. But he didn't at that point have the Torah. The Torah was later given to Moses, who then smashed it after having been given the two sapphires or sapphire tablets and smashing them, then receiving two new tablets, which were rewritten in a different way. So we don't know what the original tablets said because he destroyed them. But some people have suggested that he smashed them, and then Aaron, his brother, who was a scribe and was literate in Hebrew, was able to rewrite them himself, according to the commandments that they wanted to give to the people that they felt to be more relevant. Now, it's said that Moses was taught Egyptian, but never really knew Judaic, potentially. He was more of a soldier or a warrior, and he wasn't a scribe like his brother was. And he ended up killing his brother and leaving him to die when he gave his garments to his brother's son, I believe, or his son. And it was a savage situation. It just shows the cold-blooded, heartless reasoning that he had. And part of his mandates were that all of his soldiers, after winning a battle, had to rape and kill all the women and children that survived because they could rise up and become eager for revenge. So he did some very savage things, and he said to Yahweh, when Yahweh appeared to him, but would not show his face, it would only show his rear end, apparently according to the story in the Bible, that he told Yahweh, or to some known as Jehovah, that he's not good with words. Maybe he shouldn't be the one selected to be given the Torah or the Ten Commandments. But it was said that maybe he was referring to the fact that he was just trying to be humble and not be a braggart and say, yeah, I'm the best, give it to me. But it's just trying to say, I'm very grateful that you would give it to me, that I'm just a humble servant and that I'm not perfect. So there's many interpretations to this, but basically there's a situation here where people have suggested that this is the one and only God, which Yahweh or Jehovah does present himself as a man and as the only one, but it is acknowledged that there's the Elohim, which is the prefix of the word is a male prefix. The suffix is a plural female suffix. So it's said to be that the Elohim is a description of the pantheon of the gods and goddesses, of which many are named in the Bible, particularly being Asherah, the queen of heaven, the wife of one of the gods, potentially El Shaddai, the elder god of the Twin Peaks, or maybe El Elyon, the most high god of the highest power, potentially. But then there was also Olam and other god names, including the names of other gods that were worshipped by neighboring tribes and peoples like Molech and Baal, and Jezebel was potentially one of the other goddesses. There is also the mention of Ishtar, which is pronounced Easter, from which the holiday Easter comes from, who was originally named Inanna, the daughter of Nana, also known as Sin, the moon god. And there were other moon gods in the Comitian Empire where Moses was able to reason with them and allow his people to make a voyage and go on a pilgrimage into the desert to their holy land to find their the land that was going to be given to them, because they were one of the only tribes amongst the various gods where their god was going to give them their promised land. And they did not yet have a land, so they had to war with scavengers in the desert with scarce resources to be able to gain that promised land. And it's said that their god claimed to be the only god and was self-proclaimed as a jealous god. In order to be jealous, there has to be other gods to be jealous of, or at least idols. And some have suggested that these idols were false gods, and he was jealous that people were worshiping a statue that's based on confusion or delusion, as opposed to him being the only one real God. But this kind of seems to be futile, because why would you be so jealous of a statue? Wouldn't you just tell people, don't waste your time? There's nothing really to be jealous of there necessarily. But it's also suggested that the god Marduk, who was the son of Enki, who was reneged on receiving the crown, actually was given or gave himself 50 names after he was exiled from the underworld for having murdered his great-grandmother, Tiamat. And some of those 50 names include Yahweh and Jehovah, also Baal and Molech, and particularly Amun-Ra for sure. And the movement of Marduk into the Comitian Empire and being then referred to as Amun-Ra has been documented in the ancient mythos. And basically, when he did that, he integrated the two warring tribes of Egypt, where there was the worship of Ra and there was the worship of Amun. Amun being the god of the air, represented by the ram, who was known to be the hidden one. Then there's Ra, who's the god of the sun. So over time, that representation changed from the ram to the bull in the Judaic Empire, and still had the horns, but he still maintained to be the jealous hidden one, where he's not seen and he's the only one, and he's wrathful and punishing and misogynistic. He was always very much of a misogynist because he killed his great-grandmother, who was out to get him and his father and uncle and other relatives, because her consort said they were too noisy, so they had to be eradicated. And so he rebelled against their matriarchal ways and wanted to become a patriarchal leader. So he led the slave race to war against the gods, and they retreated to the underworld. And he basically started to take human wives instead of being a consort of a goddess, because the male gods were not actually gods initially until they flipped the script into the fallen patriarchy and said that there was only gods and no goddesses. Originally, there was only goddesses and no gods, but the male partners were considered to be their consorts, and they did share the power with them. The role of the male was to protect and serve the female ruler in her interests. And so he was able to do the mighty work of building what she wanted to have built and protecting her and being the security force for the goddesses to be there to protect them in their ruling powers and their mandates that they had over the peoples and stuff, and serve those mandates and be their spokespeople. So there was a sharing of power, even though they were just the consorts. But I digress. We could probably get back into talking more about words and sounds and ideas. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, brother. I was listening to the things that you were saying, and it's really interesting. It's an interesting series of syncretic myths and histories that are all sort of compounded and compounding and sort of somehow fitting into each other. And I think there are, getting back to the idea, like, for example, you mentioned Moses and you mentioned the Hebrew language. So here's a question that I've never really directly asked, and I wonder why I've never directly asked this question, right? Was it Abraham or was it Moses that was supposedly given the language? Isn't that an interesting question that's never been really, was it Abraham or Moses that was given the Hebrew language? And when we speak of Hebrew, we're not speaking of the Hebrew as we know it. So Moses is associated with the Hebrew script as the Torah records him writing the law in Paleo-Hebrew alphabet at Mount Sinai. In linguistic terms, Abraham likely spoke Akkadian or Amorite as his native language when he migrated from Ur. Now, I'm going to point something out here, because in the Kabbalah and in the Torah, the language was given as the structuring of the universe, which is quite interesting. The word became flesh, became form. And I think there's a lot to this in terms of understanding the different archetypes of consciousness that become the vibration of energy that manifests form in a syncretic dance of synergy that produces a field of vibrational harmony that we experience as matter. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? But I think that pretty much summarizes the ideas that I'm fishing around in the back of my head. And so this does mean that there is a fundamental connection, that there is some kind of a structure to the universe which is related to sound, which can be correlated as words. What does this mean? It means that the sounds that we make with our mouths are reflections or imitations of the different fields of vibrations that are the sub-structuring field of harmonics and acoustics through which matter is able to come into being. That's loosely the idea. So I think talking about Moses is interesting. Here's a point about Moses that people don't come up with. If you look at the old records, they speak about the tremendous famines in Babylon, how people were locking themselves up in the top of their houses and they were like pulling up bodies with hooks to eat because they didn't have anything to eat. How all the water was poisoned, how this foul cloud covered the earth and how no crops would grow, right? And this foul, poisonous cloud covered the whole earth. Okay, first point. I think that's interesting. Then we go back to the Akkadian text and they speak about the wars and they speak about these ancient clouds. And then we go further back into the Sumerian text and they speak about these terrible weapons being unleashed. And then we hear stories about how the Irish legends had these two weapons that could be wielded, but they would never be wielded because of the terrible destruction they could cause on earth, these two brothers, right? One had a sword, one had a spear. But these were weapons that, according to the Irish legends, would demolish entire cities and destroy the vegetation and area for, large surrounding areas. And then we go back to our physics that have discovered that there are the potential nuclear detonations that they can pick up the isotopes of around, especially the Middle East. Why so much of the Middle East happens to be desert is an interesting concept. And this idea of Moses running around in the desert looking for the promised land. I mean, we have got to actually at some point pull our heads out of our butts. We've got to push really hard with our feet until we hear that neat popping sound, and then wash our heads off with soap and water carefully. Wash our hair, use a bit of shampoo, a bit of conditioner. Clean stuff up, dude. Pull whatever that stuff is. It's stuck in your ears. Pull it out. Clean out your ears. We all need to do this, because the idea that a group of people got lost in the desert and went round in circles for like decades without escaping from the desert, right? They wandered around in these deserts for like decades through these wastelands looking for the promised land. Do we realize how dumb and how stupid the idea is if we really think about it? Like, deserts are only so big, right? Wastelands are only so big. And we can tell because we live on Earth, and we know that if you were to be in an area and you would either pass away of thirst in the desert, or you would get out of the worst part of the desert and you would be able to find places where you can dig down and get some earth water, or there'd be some water stored in trees that you might be able to extract, right? How was it that they wandered around for 40 years looking for some place where they could live? Well, if we add the Sumerian stories and the Babylonian stories and the Akkadian stories together, what do we have? Terrible war, and the stories from the Vedas, that they had terrible wars and there was terrible destruction done on Earth, and that they had terrible weapons of mass destruction, and that the mass destruction was a huge blight upon the Earth. And this is unanimously, Ragnarok speaks about this as well, right? The Norse traditions. So what the video Akkadians. I like that. So what does this mean? It means that there seems to be the same story of some ancient wars that were waged using some very, very serious weapons that we can only compare to nuclear weapons that we have today. Possibly nuclear weapons, possibly something else, possibly something worse, possibly something very much similar, right? But something of that scale, or possibly bigger scale. And we've got stories of Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed. I think we've got all these different stories that the Jews have desperately, out of desperation, tried to put into a timeline, right? Which there might be some stories of genealogies that build into a timeline. But the nature of that timeline, I think, is distorted, because if you ask me, Moses must have been in the time that the land of Chem still existed for him to have been trained by the ancient pharaohs, family themselves. And by the way, he was obviously highly intellectual, Indy, because he was trained by the best teachers in the known world. The Hellenistic, like the pre-Greek Egyptian teachers, were the great knowledges. These were the people who compiled the languages, who put together the Alexandrian library. So he had access to the Alexandrian library. And not only did he have access, but he was a member of the pharaoh's family by default, because he had been induced. So he was trained as the pharaoh gets trained, with all the greatest knowledge, with all the greatest information, all the best teachers in the land. I'm pretty sure that Moshe, or Moses as they say, could speak probably all languages on earth. He was trained in all different religious ideas and all different philosophical notions. He was probably an intellectual of a level that very few of that time were at, because it would be the equivalent of you being in a lords of the manor. It would be the equivalent of you being in the Queen's family, right? And you're going to Oxford University and then having the best private teachers to come and tutor you. And then you're going to, the best tertiary teaching potentials in the world, and getting access to an infinite potential, or near infinite potential of education and knowledge. So Moses must have been extremely well knowledgeable and versed in all the ancient languages, which I think is quite interesting.
Because in the book of Asclepius, they talk about how Hermes, like all of the other followers of the great mysteries, to be able to become officialized, they had to all go to Egypt, ancient Egypt, to study there, to learn the great mysteries there, to be officially considered to be a teacher of the great mysteries. So, and those people came from walks of different life and spoke different languages. So they may or may not have had to learn ancient Egyptian, but obviously somebody could teach it to them, which would know their religion, their languages as well.
And why this is important is because that, I believe, is the time. So when did a phonetic language come into being? Because we know that the ancient Egyptians were using hieroglyphs, right? I find that highly interesting. At some point, the hieroglyphs became a phonetic alphabet. When did that happen? Did Moses foresee the great and terrible wars that were fought between Marduk and his siblings? And was Moses around during the time of Marduk? These are interesting questions. And those terrible wars that created the terrible blight that covered the planet, was Moses knowledgeable enough of military strategy, because he would have been trained in military strategy, right? Being a court of the Pharaoh, the best military strategists in the world would have trained him. He might have known where would be the safe areas to take his people to survive the cataclysms that were coming because of a world war. It's the same as if all the superpowers of the world war now went into a nuclear war, right? Hypothetically, there would be certain places where you could go to survive, where the weather systems would be relatively unaffected, where there would be relative clean water. Maybe things would be affected in a bad way, but you would still have some kind of potential. How did Moses part that water? I think water can be affected by sound and vibrations. What was the Ark of the Covenant? Was that something that could amplify an acoustic field, that could affect the gravity and magnetic and electrical properties of water, as well as, the actual gravitational field? So, because there are minerals within water, there are metals and minerals and salts within water, so that there's quite a lot to consider when we look at all of this. But I do think that that crucial point where language transitioned from a picture to a phonetic sound, and that those phonetic sounds that came out there were officially shapes. And that's how it's described in the ancient, or the older, poetries, that the sounds were shapes, were geometric shapes that produced these letters, and that these letters were forms, and that they represented the form of sound. So if we look at that quite closely, I think that gives us an insight into like the real esoteric understanding and the shape of words, because the shape of our words got shaped by these phonetic characters, which were sounds, which were originally compiled ideas of Egyptian metaphor, which came from hieroglyphics. And there were 22 of them that were originally used. In the Paleo-Hebrew, you know something. This is really, really interesting. Like, I saw a post today, and, like, it made me giggle a little. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel bad for giggling, because I actually, I like the guy, but like I've got to be, I've got to be real, right, as well. And, I've also got to like look at just let me see if I can find it in my history. I'm sure there were. So maybe I'll be able to find it. So anyway, I mean, Ronan was doing a Truth Ronan experience. When was it? Last night. And one of the things I saw him saying in a group was that the Hebrew language was invented, I think he said it's from the 1800s. Yeah. And these conspiracy theories are catching on. There are a lot of these new ages out there that are basically trying to rewrite history. And they're adamant about rewriting history. And they've got like a couple of ideas of validity but then they extrapolate it to, to explain things away. And like that in itself is like really quite interesting and quite dangerous and quite toxic, I think. For example, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't know if you guys know, but the Dead Sea Scrolls are dated to between, I think, 1 BC and 200, 300 AD. Do I have it here? Let me see what I've got here. But there are a lot of scrolls, right? And tablets, especially the scrolls that have been able to be, I think the most extensively dated scrolls would be the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there are a number of other scrolls that have been dated by numerous universities, by scholars, not by governments. And so you got to believe that not everybody is in on the conspiracy, right? Every anthropologist and every historian is not in on it and is like literally trying to lie to people. However, there are lies and there are brainwashing that everybody is affected. But I think radiocarbon dating, for example, may not be reliable. It may be something that you can't really pinpoint a date on the way scholars like to pinpoint dates. But I think there's a certain degree of information that it passes on to you. For example, you can tell if something is 100 years old or 1,000 years old or 2,000 years old. I think radiocarbon dating can quite accurately tell you whether something is 500 or 1,000 years old or whether it is 100 years old. And the most extensively dated scrolls are the Dead Sea Scrolls. But there are a number of other scrolls. I actually started opening up some tabs. I was gonna actually explain to Ronan that, like, dude, you're gonna make sweeping statements, dude. Like, you gotta really think. You gotta really take a look at where your information's coming from. And then I thought about it, and I thought, I don't have the time. I've got other things to do. Maybe one day I'll talk to him about it. But these ideas, I've seen them on other shows, and other people just basically talking any nonsense that they can come up with. And so people are going to tell you that the Hebrew language was invented in the 1800s.
Well, I think that's a common confusion, because they actually started to develop the particular vowel sounds in the 1800s that had been lost. There was like a kind of a divergence of their language where people were using the vowels differently because they're not written.
I think that was post World War II, huh?
Yeah. So they then concretized a specific vowel sound for the words that was not necessarily a common agreement before that time.
But that's modern Hebrew. That's not Hebrew.
Yeah, it's modern.
We're talking about Hebrew. Hebrew is a language.
Very different.
And Hebrew as a language is like at least 500 years old. And then Hebrew has many forms. When we're speaking of Paleo-Hebrew, that's the root form of Hebrew. We're talking about all these other Shemitic languages. They're all different forms of Hebrew, right? It's the same language, essentially. You can nitpick and say, oh, well, like English didn't exist until like 1900s. Actually, there was English. Yeah, but look, that English is different to this English. Yeah, well, that's just because English has been evolving, right, as a language over the last 1,000 years. Well, Hebrew has also been evolving. I mean, look at what it's become in modern Hebrew. Do you know that there are Hebrew scrolls? Listen to this, Indy. There are Hebrew scrolls 1,000 to 2,000 years old that cannot be accurately or fairly translated. Did you know that?
Wow.
They don't know how to translate the Hebrew. Whatever we've got in modern Hebrew is not Hebrew. It's completely a different language. So I can get where people would say that what people are speaking today as Hebrew is a completely different language because they have moved so far away from the original Hebrew that you can't call it Hebrew, right?
Was it
But then you need,
which is like more pictographic, maybe closer to Phoenician?
Well, even box Hebrew, even the box Hebrew from like 200 years ago, 300 years ago, you've got Aramic and box Hebrew written in the scrolls, right? I think you've got box Hebrew from 3 AD and Aramic from 150 BC, all part of the Dead Sea Scrolls collection, right? For example. So the Paleo-Hebrew goes back more thousands of years. Paleo-Hebrew is as old as Phoenician, essentially, according to the evidence. Paleo and Hebrew and Phoenician are just two different versions of the same language from different regions. We're playing with words. It's all Phoenician, really. And all the Phoenician is really all Hebrew. And when you look at it, do you know where the Greeks got their alphabet from? The Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. Heavily, right? And when you look at where the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet came from, big love, namaste, Howard, how are you? It came from ancient Egypt. So Moses was the one that left ancient Egypt. Moses is the bridge. Can you see that? Moses is the bridge that connects ancient Egypt with the Jewish people. Who is the most likely one to have been instrumental in Paleo-Hebrew coming into being? Right? From who is there that is mentioned in all of the Torah as being the best trained Egyptian person? And that's the one that was trained by the Pharaoh's family and was a high priest. That's Moses. And Moses was so well trained in Egyptian occult that he was the best of the best of the best of the Maguses of ancient Egypt. And when he came back there and the other Maguses challenged Moses, he had greater knowledge of alchemy and magic than any of them and was able to turn his staff into a serpent, and that blew their minds. Remember? They got scared. They were like, no, we're not going to mess with this dude. This dude is wielding some serious power. If he can turn a staff into a serpent, then he can turn us all into statues. Right? Think about it. Because the ability to change living molecules into inert wood and then turn wood into inert molecules means that he could wave his rod and turn everybody around him into wooden statues. Why not? You with me? Like, so would you want to mess with someone like that? Even like nobody understands, why did the Pharaoh let him leave? Because the Pharaoh was afraid. Why was the Pharaoh afraid? Because the Pharaoh knew that was the high priest and he wielded the great powers and the great knowledge. And you did not want to mess with the high priest because that guy knew stuff that nobody else knew. So what did he take? Who looked after the so when the Israelites were taken into custody, what was taken? Right? The Ark of the Covenant. Where was the Ark of the Covenant most likely stored? In the temple. Who would have been responsible for the Ark of the Covenant but the high priest of the temple? Does it not stand to reason that Moses was the high priest of the temple if he was the most eloquent and most powerful of all the Maguses? Who would be the high priest of all the Maguses? The most powerful Magus, the one who has the greatest knowledge of how the universe works and the one who can literally use the powers to manifest things that other people would view and they would be like, whoa, this guy's next level. That's what the greatest initiations would have allowed Moses. So he must have had the highest of the highest initiations, or else the high priest would have shut him down when he did that little magical contest in front of the Pharaoh. Think about it. So when you add up all of the facts, he must have taken the Ark of the Covenant with him as the high priest because he would have been the only one who had access to the Ark of the Covenant. And did he use the Ark of the Covenant to split the seas? And why did the Pharaoh suddenly come chasing after Moses? Maybe Moses left an illusion spell that no one could see that the Ark of the Covenant had been taken. And when they actually realized the Ark of the Covenant was gone, the Pharaoh had a titty wobble. He went like doing, 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 titty wobble like Wayne Johnson. And went rushing out with his armies after Moses. Why did they rush after Moses? Because Moses had taken the most powerful thing in the known world. It would be like the most powerful weapon that anybody possessed. The Pharaoh would do anything to get that back because whoever Moses gave that weapon to could come back and decimate the Egyptian armies because that was the power of the Ark of the Covenant in the ancient times. So he obviously took the Ark of the Covenant. So was this something that could manipulate the vibrational fields of space-time? Right? The vibrational fields of space-time, how else would you be able to affect the oceans for them to part so that you could walk across without the oceans to drown you out? You would have to be able to somehow change the vibrational resonance in the field which would affect the gravity, which would affect the magnetism, which would affect the water, something to repel the water, because we know that water can get repelled by electrical fields. So if you generate a particular electrical field which has a particular resonance and a particular frequency and vibration, you would be able to repel water. And we know this. We do this with experiments, right? We call it dielectricity, don't we? And dielectricity and diamagnetic effects that water has. So, when you look at it, there's quite a lot here that says that the ancient worlds had technology that related to the vibration. And when you look at the ancient Egyptian walls, what you see is they constantly have these symbols that relate to vibration, and that they were able to change the vibration of things, right? And that's what you see, right? They have these different tools that they used. They had the ankh, and they had that other kind of a rod, right? That had the bars across the rod that represented the vibration. And so the ankh was the forces of life, and the other rod with those two emblems across it represented the field of vibration, and that they could control life with vibration. Think about what it means to control life with vibration. So when you are doing DNA, remember when we did our little physics deep dive? What did we say? Let me type it in here. Vibrations caused by electromagnetic fields can be used for genetic manipulation. So what were the ancient Egyptians talking about? Let's get that up here for you guys to see what I'm talking about, right? So when we look at the ancient Egyptians, they had these two tools. One of them was the ankh, and the other one was that thing, the tool of vibration. Let me try and see if I can find a picture of it for you guys. So it's what is it called? The rods of Mart. Okay. So the sistrum it's a temple rattle, right? And the other ones are the rods of Mart. So the rods of Mart were two kinds of rods that were used. How they could pick up the vibrations running through the earth, right? And what is the sistrum? The sistrum is like a musical instrument, but there's another one. There's another thing. I can't remember what it's called. There we go. So there is the idea of the sistrum. And you'll see this thing frequently in Egypt when you're looking at, let's get you guys a picture. You see this thing depicted, right? Frequently in the hands of the priests in ancient Egypt, right? And it's called the sistrum. And it relates to the vibrations, right? And sistrum, purpose, ancient Egypt. Let's see what we can find. What do they say to us? So the sistrum, they're calling it a sacred percussion instrument used primarily in religious rituals, shaken to create a soft sound, jangling. It was believed to ward off evil spirits, placate the gods, and symbolize the joy of fertility. This is how we've chosen to interpret it. But really what we're talking about is this. Now, if you look at this, that's quite an interesting instrument, right? You could see how that could create fields of potential between those different rods, and how the rod running over the top could be carrying some kind of a current or an energy. And when you look at that, it sort of starts to make sense when you look at what we're talking about here, right? So the specific electromagnetic fields can cause targeted molecular vibrations. I want you guys to pay attention. Molecular vibrations, right? Now, molecular vibrations is an acoustic field, just to be clear with you, right? Are acoustic in nature. Let's just get it to show you guys. For those that are acoustic in nature, let's get you guys to see this. So molecular vibrations are fundamentally acoustic because they involve mechanical waves of pressure, displacement, and oscillation. So atomic bombs can create these, and EMPs are actually produced because of these fields, right? So we go back here. So electromagnetic fields can cause targeted molecular vibrations that penetrate cell membranes. The principle is used in electromagnetic vibration mediated transfection, a technique where external fields manipulate foreign DNA, right? So does it now make sense why the high priest would have in the one hand the ankh representing the forces of life that he can control, and in the other hand this thing that can create these vibrational fields that can manipulate the DNA? Are you with me? Are we talking about these guys having the knowledge of DNA manipulation? Were they able to manipulate DNA in those ancient times? And is that what these pictures are talking about? Because it seems like it. So if they had that power, it gives us an insight into what vibration is. So the very forces of life, the very DNA that's in our bodies, can be manipulated by acoustic fields. So what does that say about chanting? What does that say about chanting sacred mantra? Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. How does that make you feel? If I chant those mantras, I start to feel like I'm going out of my body. One of the nicest mantras to hear chanted is probably the long life mantra. It's one of the most beautiful mantras you'll ever hear. And Om Trayambikam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urfar Ukamiva Bantanan Mrityur Mokshyamamritat. If you listen to that mantra, it puts you into like a state of like, you just feel so good. So that's supposed to affect your DNA in such a way to lengthen your lifespan, that particular mantra. The other one, the Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. The Rudra is the anger of the Holy Spirit, that principle of Shiva in his most fierce form that chases away all evil spirits. And it's aligning you with the Om Tat. What? Purush, Aya, Purush, meaning light. Bring the light to me that is a reflection of Tat. Om Tat Sat. What is Tat? Tat is the bridge between the Om and the Sat. What is the Sat? The Sat is that complete unmanifest, the sub-unmanifest potential of all things. The Om is the relationship of vibrations that manifests universe. What is Tat? Tat is how these two are intertwined. So Om Tat Purushaya. Reveal through the power of light and energy the relationship between how the light can come to me. Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe. Mahe is the Maha, is the greatness of the potential of the spirit. It's the first two syllables of the Mahesh, right? So, and the Sh is the materialization of these principles. You remove the Sh, you just Mahe. It's the hidden form of Mahesh. And Mahesh is the embodiment of the spirit through Agni, which manifests the fires of life, right? So, Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Vit. Vit, literally today, we speak of vit as in vitamins, as in vitality. We're talking about the principles of life being bound into the most sacred, unmanifest vibrational field. Mahe. So, Vit Mahe, Mahadevaya. Maha is the great spirit. Devaya. Deva is the great spirit, the great presence of Shiva, the unmanifest spirit. Iya, that's the name of Enki. Ya is the syllable of increase in vibration. Visuddhi chakra links us directly to the Akasha. Vitmahe, Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi. Dhimahi. Listen to how those syllables go. Mahadevaya Dhimahi. You notice how the syllables change from the D to the D. It's a subtle shift of gears. So you're using the D and the D. These are two forms of Dalet. This is the door. This is Venus's power being released to release that power which opens the gateways between different spheres of being in different states of reality, right? And so when you start to see how these mantras are constructed, the sounds have presence. Think about the word D, door, death, right? Dynamic, dynamo, deer. What is the deer a symbol for in a shamanic culture, in all of the pagan cultures? Namaste, Darlene. How are you doing? I hope you're well. So when you start to extrapolate these mantras and what they're actually telling you and how they actually work, the sounds are onomatopoeic reflections of these potentials of vibration and energy. And when you learn to use them, they can change your consciousness. They literally reprogram our DNA potential. They don't change your DNA, but they change the frequency at which your DNA vibrates, which means that certain DNA switches are being turned on and off. There are a lot of switches. And you play with the switchboard and you start to change the frequency potential of the DNA. This brings its own essential power into being. And so these mantra, Dhimahi, Mahi, Ma is the power of the divine feminine. He, what is he? He, we speak about he in English, how the divine feminine masculine is manifesting the masculine. All these mystical sounds are all creating resonances, and we can track them through all languages because they have relevance. English is so highly influenced by Sanskrit. We don't even recognize it because Sanskrit, the Indo-European languages were influenced one by one. And like a chain reaction that carried the Sanskrit elements into other languages, which then got absorbed into English. So people will say, well, no, it didn't come from Sanskrit, it came from that language. And then you'll notice that language is a similarity to another language, and that's another to another. And all these languages come back to Sanskrit. So they're all carrying the same very ancient language that comes from obviously some root tongue. And that root tongue, I think, holds the essence of how vibration and thought are manifesting, right? So when we start to really grasp the relationship between thought and sound, and how thought and sound can manifest different changes within our DNA, this has got to do with the acoustics, the vibrations. And the acoustic field, when we study, like, what do we hear? What does it say in the Bible? Like, the word became flesh, the word became matter, the word separated the waters. Om, Om became the expression of the vibration that carried the tat, and through the tat, the potential of sat to become form. So the Om is the symbol of form. So when we start to really look at all of these different subtle technologies that have been hidden in our ancient past, they're all telling a very typical story. They're all sharing a very definite idea of panpsychism and animism. Firstly, the panpsychist idea is that all things are consciousness. All things are forms related to consciousness, and that there is consciousness within all things. And that consciousness, which we could then relate to having a field, can be reckoned of as tat. And so the field of consciousness, tat, manifests in what we're experiencing here as Om, but is essentially the expression of Sat. And Sat is that very abstract, pure thought state of being where the thought has no objective root, right? It's absolute abstraction. So when we consider the mysteries of the Om Tat Sat, we can relate this and equate this to what the Kabbalistic knowledge of Ein Sof Or is basically explaining, which is a very similar concept to how these most subtle, unmanifest principles resemble the beginnings of the first turnings of the first primium mobile, which is the monad, to be expressed through the various numerations, in compilation with the duat to form the triad, the tree of life. And through this tree manifest, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, the 8, and the 9, and build up the structure of the enneagram, which we see in the square of cube of Saturn, which we see in the Saturn sigil, which we see in the mechanisms of the 9 spheres, which is represented as an enneagram essentially. So I think like all of this ancient knowledge was not lost in the times of Moses. I think it was very much alive. And there seems to be a lot of evidence in those ancient worlds that they knew a lot of this. I mean, what do you guys think? Have I lost you guys? Have I gone too far into
No, not at all. Chaya is saying that basically what happens when you do these mantras is you're doing a siddhi, which is a Vedic term for vibrations that activate the pre-eternal water, activating hydrolysis, and it activates the changes in water, whereas the body is 60 to 70% water itself. So you're purifying the water within you. And she talks about the pre-eternal water, which makes me think of the primordial waters that are like the unseen waters potentially that are being purified, and the heaviness of them is dissipated, or the dark spirits are pushed away from them. So it purifies them and purifies your spirit through the powers of the influence on the waters. So I thought this was really interesting to mention. It ties in with what you're saying. They embodied water bending abilities. So I thought that was really interesting. But this mantra is very powerful. As soon as you said it, it called to something in my soul, and I feel like I have actually been doing mantras to Rudra, which I think this might have been one of them. And so it gave me a remembrance in my heart. I'm going to play them and purify my water before I drink it after the show.
Yeah, there's something very indeedly powerful, especially when we use our own voices, because then we are calibrating it to our needs, if that makes sense. We're literally calibrating whatever we're tuning. It's like, think of it as a tuning fork. We're tuning the water like an instrument, musical instrument. We're tuning the water, and when the water's tuned, it's tuned to our frequency that's best for us, because there's no universal healthy water. Like each thing, like what's poison for one person is medicine for another person, right? Depends on our idiosyncrasies and our own particular requirements and our own propensities. our bodies will have different mineral compositions, and those different mineral compositions will have different requirements. So your requirements of nutrition might poison me, and my requirements of nutrition might poison you. But in your body, what you need will be perfectly healthy, and what I need will be perfectly healthy, because we have a different balance. I think like this is where modern medicine gets lost, right? Because it's trying to suggest that everybody's got the same balance and everybody needs the same medicine. Where an Ayurvedic doctor would make up your medicine for you themselves. A real Ayurvedic doctor, they won't buy medicine, but they will first check your doshas. And after mapping your doshas very carefully, after a detailed examination, they will then manufacture the medicine that you need in the particular quantities and ratios that you needed for your body. And then you can't give that medicine to anybody else who has the same ailment, and they'll tell you this. And I remember meeting a really good Ayurvedic doctor in Sri Lanka who did acupuncture for both myself and my ex-wife. And she had been trying to get her period to work for like years. And we had been to like so many different medical people and holistic this and, homeopathic doctor and this and that. And like we'd gone to about 7 or 8 or 9 different types of healers to try and help her. And we went to this one Ayurvedic doctor, and he sussed it out very quickly. He looked at both our doshas and he was like, I'll give you a course of this, like acupuncture. And after the acupuncture, I will make you up your medicine for you. But she couldn't get it now. He had to get some of the ingredients that he needed just for her. And he made her medicine for her. And he said to her, you can't give this to anybody else. This medicine is calibrated to your body. When you're done using it, you throw it away because it will be poison for someone else. And she used that medicine and took her for a series of acupuncture sessions. And I even had some acupuncture. I enjoyed it. The next month, her period was fixed. Just like that. Bang. And it was regular and perfect and normal. And because she had been on the pill, her parents put her on the pill when she was 15 and kept her on the pill for many years. Like, how ding-dong idiotic is that? Forcing your 15-year-old child to go onto the pill. And then she wanted to come off the pill when she was like 21, 21, 22. And suddenly 22, 23, whatever it was. I mean, this is a long time ago, right? Just like decades ago, less than 3 decades ago. And it took a series of years to try and get it right. But this guy was like, no, I can see what the problem is. I'll do this for you. Within 1 or 2 months, your period will be normal. And she was like, what? You can guarantee this? He says, yeah, I can guarantee it. And he delivered. He delivered as promised, like on cue. Like it wasn't even 2 months. It was the next month the period came, and she went to him and she said, it started. He said, yeah, but it hasn't really. He said, this first period won't be exact. He said, next month will be exact. She was like, what do you mean? He says 5 days. So the first period was not 5 days, it was 3 days or something, right? And then the next period after that was like, from then on, it was like 5-day periods. And she had to just keep taking the medicine he gave her for 3 months after. And once she was done with that course of 3 months, whatever she had left, she was to throw it away, and that was it. Not think about it again. So, yeah, man, Tom, her father was a right ding-donger. Honestly, I thought that at times when she told me about her dad, I thought the guy needed a bit of a clip. But anyway, it was her father. And that's what it is. He ended up messing with his neighbor, and his neighbor took a golf club to him and hospitalized him. So he got his clip. You know what I mean? He was a complete and utter proper British guy from Watford who told his daughter that she couldn't play with the child next door because the child next door was a Paki. And she had a friend who lived next door who was like different brown skin. And he was like, no, I won't have my daughter playing with a Paki. Like, I was just like, ugh. And then when she told him that she was with a South African, he said, yeah, South Africans, they're all racist. The joke, right? And I was like, okay, South Africans are all racist. That was the first thing he said to her when she told him she had a South African boyfriend. And but then when she told me more about this guy, and the more I heard about him, I was like seriously, this dude's full of crap. So anyway, no wonder her parents put her on the pill, because they were a proper bunch of crazies in my mind. Shame her mother was also not so psychologically balanced. I mean, she was a nice lady, more or less, but she just wasn't stable. But like you can see with the dynamic, and I think like this is really like a key thing to look at, is the resonance of DNA, and how the resonance of DNA carries over into our DNA. And we don't realize this. It's an acoustic field. We carry the vibration. Like I have always noticed that you can track people with your vibration. Have you guys, Cosmic, Indie, have you noticed everybody's got the unique feeling of vibration and sound that you can hear inaudibly?
Inaudibly, like you can hear it without hearing, or you feel it in your heart?
Like now I'm feeling yours. It's its own movement, but you can hear it, but you can't hear it, but you can hear it. I don't know. It's very hard to explain, but it's like yes, but you can sense it. It's like a visceral sense. Well, I sense it viscerally. Like I reach out, and I can feel your vibration, and I can feel that vibration's got sound, and it's got like a little background of changes the sound it's like subtly as per that human being. And I think that's like a natural thing that a lot of people, we just don't realize it, right? Like if you really concentrate on someone, there's a vibration. If you really concentrate on that vibration, you can hear it. Even if you don't hear it tangibly, you can hear it sort of inside your. And once you've heard somebody's vibration, it's like you can find them. Like a long time can pass, and if you remember their vibration, you can reach out towards that feeling, that vibration, like a sound. It's a unique kind of a sound. And then you can, when you feel that, you're actually feeling them. And then you can tell certain things about like them, what they're going through in life. Are they okay? How, you start to get like a sense of that vibration and how that vibration is changing very subtly. And that gives you an insight into like what's happening to those people. Like when I'm working, right? And I'm working with clients, it's got a lot to do with that pitch that I'm feeling or hearing. And then I've got like once I've got like my BDI on that person, then that's there. It's like it's a tangible presence that you can feel. 5D. Yeah, I don't know if what I'd put it to D words, but like it's definitely it's hyper vibration, it's hyper dimensional for sure. But I think personally that it's the field of the vibration of the DNA field that we can sense. It's very subtle, but I think we can sense each other's DNA, and we can feel it very strongly with our family members. It's the easiest to feel. Like if you reach out to your family member, you can like sense them in the distance. With that, it's like listening outside, and I can hear the sea where I live. And by hearing the sea, I know what's happening in the ocean. Are the waves rough? Is it a calm day? Or listening to the wind. By listening to the wind, I can tell what the weather's doing. Does that make sense? Like, and by hearing the wind, I can tell like pretty much, is it warm or cold outside? What's the weather like? Is it stormy? Is it nice? And what's the rhythms of the winds? Because where I live, there's a lot of wind, for example, and the sound of the ocean. So it's a little bit like that, really. But this is something which I think is a human natural. Namaste, dear Freya. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Big love, big blessings. BDI. Yes, summer in beady eye. It's like a beady. It's like a little bead. It's a little bead. Um, um, yeah, exactly. Mothers have that sense very much with their kids, don't they? They would do, because, like, I mean, hello, you carried that being inside your womb for so long. I mean, it left an echo, right? Like, you'd have to be really like insensitive not to remember the echo of the feeling and sound of that being inside your womb, because it would change your own sound. And so your sound would sound different when that sound's inside your body. And then when that sound's not inside your body, you would have a relationship with that sound. But I think like vibration is the key. And so what do you guys think about vibration and DNA and the different layers of reality? Do you think that reality is just the expanding field that's contracting space? You mentioned earlier, Cosmic, that space is what you said, between 2 points. I would change the way I say that. I would say that space is what binds shapes to each other. And so the negative space between shapes that are one big shape of shapes, we call space. What do you think about that as an idea? And that field carries the energy, which we call vibration.
I think it makes sense that space has a shape to it because, you know, just thinking about like, you know, planets and stars and spheres in general, like you ever think about like the fact that like gravity forms, you know, structures to be spheres in space, that to me kind of suggests that there's a sort of like a spheroidal, like fourth dimensional kind of I don't know what's the right word, like a mold or whatever that kind of like pressures things into that shape. Because if I think about it, like if things of gravity form into spheres or circles for the most part, then that to me suggests that, you know, that space has a curvature to it. Like, you know, Einstein was talking about like the whole idea that space and time have a curve to them. And I think that kind of makes sense because you think about like, you know, like a sphere, like a planet, and that kind of forms like a sort of like a gravity well around it, which is sort of like a hypersphere that sort of exists in that sort of way. So I would say, yeah, that like space definitely has a kind of a shape to it. It's just because of our sort of like our lower dimensional perception, we can't really detect it. But I've always kind of suggested that the blackness of space is actually just a hyperdimensional membrane that just looks like an infinite expanse of sort of like black darkness. But it's like what I've realized that when you look at that, you know, that space from a higher dimension, it actually starts to look more like a black like membrane that sort of like fits around like a sphere, like a cone of paint or whatever. And so yeah, I think that it makes sense to me and sort of the work that I do to understand space as a series of sort of hyperdimensional sort of spheres and spheres existing in sort of higher and higher levels and like different infinity thresholds, etc.
I like that you say infinity thresholds, or maybe finite thresholds, thresholds that divide. Like maybe what we consider space is what divides one shape from another shape, which divides one sound from another sound, and one field of vibration from another vibration. Because it's really an interesting concept and a discussion when we start to like break it down and start to like get into like when we're thinking, right? I think we can all agree that thoughts don't happen in the brain. Yeah, would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that's somewhat of a fair statement. I think that the brain is sort of merely an interface in which thoughts can kind of like enter into, concepts in general, because I think most thoughts actually are sort of triggered by association. So for example, if I say, square, you might think, triangle or circle as sort of a, like, you think of one, because when you think of one idea, it sort of creates ripple effects of other, thoughts and ideas. So I think there's that sort of reflexive aspect of thoughts and thinking, that when you think of a thought, you start associating other thoughts that come along with it. But as for thoughts sort of entering into the brain, I think that it's kind of like a sort of reverse order of operations that we're talking about here, in that I think a lot of materialist science will often suggest that that the brain sort of like creates thoughts. I think it might be more that thoughts affect the brain. So it's like you have this physical brain, and then you, as the soul being, impose a thought into the brain, and then the brain reacts to the thought that you projected into it. So I think in a lot of ways, what the brain essentially does is it allows certain concepts of memories, ideas, and concepts to sort of be stored into physical matter, if you will. Because if you think about it, it's kind of hard to remember things in a dreamlike state. And usually when you remember something, it's usually via association. Like, if you think about a place from your childhood, like a specific place from your childhood, you have certain memories and certain, like, yeah, memories that are associated with it. But if you actually go to that physical space and actually like stand in that childhood memory, there's going to be a lot more memories that your mind is going to generate when you're in that space. Like, oh yeah, I remember this and this and this. That's what I've noticed, that when you go to a space, certain memories are triggered. So I think that in a lot of ways, memories are tied to the location that they happen. And so, for example, like, let's say you're thinking about, the summer camp, from your childhood. Common like understanding is that that memory of that summer camp exists as like some kind of like photocopy inside of your brain. But I've been thinking maybe it's more that the memory actually exists in the place that it happened. So when you remember that summer camp, that memory actually exists in that summer camp, in that place and space and time, and your mind is transported to that place and space and time when you're thinking about it. So in a lot of ways, it's like I can see how materialists make the mistake of assuming that the mind creates thoughts, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, obviously, I think it's a two-way process, because I think that also the mind also kind of informs the soul. Like the brain has its own, will, and the mind of the soul, I guess, is maybe like a separate sort of distinct thing. And so I would say it's something like that, that where the thought is like you have a thought, and then that creates certain brain chemistry of dopamine, serotonin, cortisol, etc., rather than the other way. Because think about it like this: like, does it make more sense that you have a stressful thought and your body creates cortisol as a process of it? Or is it that your body randomly creates cortisol out of nowhere, and then a stressful thought comes in the process of it? Like, if you think about it and you switch the order of operations, it really kind of is revealing in terms of where essentially thoughts come from. So it's more like you have a thought, and then that thought kind of like in the same, think of it like you're recording a tape, right? When you are having a tape recorder, your voice goes into the recording box, and then that affects the sort of the magnetic sort of fissures of the tape, which then sort of stores the sound. So when you brainstorm or think of thoughts, you're essentially doing that to your brain. It's like you think of your brain as like a tape recorder or a tape, and your soul is like the voice that is recording onto the tape recorder. So I think in a lot of ways, like there is an aspect where the brain is sort of is interfacing with the thought, but it's more that the mind is affecting the brain rather than the materialist explanation where the brain influences the thought. It's just kind of the same thing, but happening in a different order.
What if the DNA is the key? Like, we've been taught that DNA is just the storage of the plan and the design of your body, right? And that's like 2% of your DNA. And the rest of all that stuff is just junk. Right? That's the typical story, right? It's just all junk. Like, basically your DNA is just one big bag of junk that's doing all. If that junk is doing something, like that junk is spinning and creating fields and acoustic resonant fields. Most of that acoustic resonant fields that we experience in DNA, according to scientists, is all just junk. It just doesn't add up. What if the consciousness produces a field through which thought can be transmitted? And that field of transmission of thought is such a finely tuned vibrational field that we see it here as DNA spirals, and that it's happening in every molecule in our body. And that the moment that thought travels through the cells on a cellular level, the body intelligently does exactly what it needs to do for that thought to manifest in the body completely. Meaning it generates the hormones necessary. So it's not like what came first, the chicken or the egg. It's like the chicken and the egg came into being at the same time because the thought exists elsewhere. But because the thought exists elsewhere, it also exists here because that elsewhere is part of a DNA expression of vibrational fields of resonance. And that resonance field is being expressed throughout all cells of our body as hormones, as electrical impulses, and that produces its own different architecture through which to experience different aspects of the field of consciousness that we're experiencing. And the manifestation of that field of consciousness crystallizes to the point that it becomes electrical impulses of pure sunlight. Because the electricity moving through the nervous system, isn't that what comes out of the sun? Electricity. So we need to break down sugar, sunlight, and consume the sunlight, the sugar crystals, to turn back into sunlight, so that we can power all the electrical needs in our body, which then carries the electrical field, which we then experience in our central nervous system as thoughts, in our neurological systems. So that electrical field that we need to feed on this end, is that not just carrying the continuous, or the expression of a field of continuity that is the mental pure thought state that is expressed by DNA, carried by hormones, and functioned by the electrical systems of the central nervous system as expressions. And those expressions are then wired into the brain electrically and burnt into our neurons. So when you get a new experience, it's literally like burning a new thought. Your neurons have they're like little tablets, like little stone tablets, dude. And the cells get like things burnt onto them, just like a computer, right? Just like you're burning onto the chip that's spinning so fast. It's being imprinted. It's being burnt into it. The language. And so the language, which is the structure of thought, which is experienced as frequency, which is carried by electrical resonance through the nervous system, because of the way in which the hormonal field structures the electrical nervous system, because of the way that the hormonal field is structured by the DNA, while the DNA is structuring everything else, like the body as well, which we then acknowledge that the DNA is structuring the body. And we say, well, that's 2% of the DNA. What's the other 98%? We don't know. Well, could that other 98% be the very subtle affair of the emotions and the thoughts and everything else being conducted through the body in the same way that the DNA field is managing the the molecules and the structure of the molecules, could it also be managing the shape of the hormonal system and the shape of the electrical infrastructure and architecture throughout the brain, in the way that the brain creates its own sort of shape of neural pathways? What do you guys think?
I think that mitochondria in every cell, especially they proliferate in the neurons. There's 10 times as many in the neurons. So there's like, I think about probably like 20 to 200 in every cell, but like 200 to 2000 in every neuron. And they share bioelectric fields and metabolic networks with each other. So they're interconnected through bioelectric fields. So I would think that the thoughts are in the field of the bioelectricity, and the brain receives the thoughts from the field as like an antenna to receive them through the DNA and through the cell nucleus, then activates into our nervous system. But I feel like basically we have this junk DNA that programs non-coding RNA molecules in telomere structural elements that protect the DNA from degrading. So there's things that are going on in this junk DNA that are part of the bioelectric field. So I feel like what's going on is these thoughts are generating in the hive mind of the prokaryotic cells that live within our body and in every cell. And that's like the morphic fields that Rupert Sheldrake talks about. And our morphic field changes over time, and so it's morphic. Also, it can access other minds of strong resonance through the hive mind. So if other people think similarly, we can access their thoughts through the field. And so if you have a idea about like a book or a story, and you create that story in your mind, other people with like similar thinking can now retrieve that information from the air. And I feel like the mitochondrias not only can access information through the biofield, electric fields of the present, but they might be able to reach through to access resonance with other minds in the past, which is why a lot of people seem to think that they had a past life as a certain god. But it's not just one person. There's like a lot of people that feel like they have that connection, but they all probably have strong resonance with that line of thinking. And so they share the connection in the bioelectricity field. But I wanted to mention about how when we're exposed to sunlight increases the ATP of the mitochondria, especially through the red and infrared wavelengths of sun exposure, which activate the cytochrome C oxidase that enhance cell regeneration, reduce inflammation, and boost circadian rhythm. But basically, when we're exposed to the sun, the red and infrared rays of the sun are boosting the energy levels of the mitochondria that are the powerhouses of the cell in our bodies. So when people have there's mitochondrial diseases that you can get in dysfunction from not having enough antioxidants, from being oxidized and stuff. So basically, people can become of lower vitality and weak and tired from not being able to get enough charge from the sun. So if you do sun gazing in the twilight hours and you just kind of look at the sun as it's going over the horizon, your mitochondria can gain a lot more energy from the cytochrome C oxidase as a result of being exposed to the red and infrared rays of the sun going into your eyes, which are part of the brain. They're directly connected to the brain. They're made of neurons. So the eyes, when they receive the light directly, it lights up the mitochondria in the neurons that proliferate in there. and allow them to produce more energy in their bioelectric field. And that allows the mind to become more active, which then allows the body to activate too, because the mind then sends electrical waves in through the neurons, axons, to the rest of the body and connects, and it's all connected through light and piezoelectric electricity and energy. So I feel like there's an energetic thing that's unseen, that's not really looked at. We don't really seem to have the instrumentation much, but some people do look at the aura. And I would think that the aura is like the mind. So people have different colored auras. So if your aura is like of a certain color, like yellow and royal blue or orange and green or whatever it is, then that probably shows like what kind of vibrations your mind is moving at, what kind of way it's vibrating, and what kind of resonance that you're going to have with others could possibly be determined through looking at the auric field and seeing like which kind of lights are you carrying in your aura, what kind of colors, and are you able to like resonate with other people that carry those same colored lights in the aura of their own. So I feel like basically when we're around people of strong resonance, probably our bioelectric fields of our aura and the color lights that we have around us in what was considered to be the 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 egg of the Yaqui Indians that were described in the teachings of Don Juan, where they talk about how where we have an egg of energy around us, which is like the toroidal field that's generated by the heart to like a huge degree. And the heart creates way more toroidal energy than the brain even does. Plus, there's 40,000 neurites in the heart. And they found that the heart, you can move your thinking from your brain to your heart. And if you think with your heart, you feel in your heart the movement of thoughts and deeper thinking, then you're going to be able to connect on a deeper realm of connection where you're going to be more interconnected to the world around you through your toroidal field. So I feel like they say that people that vibrate at a higher consciousness are able to have a much wider expansion of their heart toroidal field that can travel for miles, and they can raise the consciousness of other people in your proximity. So if you're vibrating at a higher consciousness and you've got other people around you that are vibrating at a lower consciousness, you're going to lift theirs up a little bit. If there's people that are already vibrating at a higher consciousness, you're going to raise theirs up even higher than it was. So these kinds of things are like have been documented, and through I think the CIA study that they did with binaural beats. I can't think of the name of the study offhand, but they were able to document that the toroidal field of the heart does go out really far, especially when you listen to certain sounds. So, and like, I guess with the binaural beats, there's sounds that are different in each ear, and the different arrangement of those sounds can lead to like greater access of being able to like have more of an influence on the world around you and be more interconnected with the energies in the world around you and stuff. So that could possibly like connect with the piezoelectric field of other nervous systems, of quartz crystals and resonating crystals in your area, and various things. And if you're like in the mountains like me, you can kind of feel like there's some kind of an energy, like a spiritual energy in the air. And when you're closer to like a quartz deposit, your electrical field becomes more charged. and you feel like you have like a deeper sense of things and like more gratitude and compassion and higher consciousness is able to come about from being exposed to those kind of areas and those kinds of electrical fields. So I feel like this kind of stuff is really strongly influenced by a lot of the sunlight exposure that we get in our proximity to resonating crystal structures that resonate with our piezoelectric fields. I see we got some information here on Ostara Bloom. And Ostara is like the Wiccan Easter.
Yeah. No, you were talking about fields and vibrations. And so this guy, his name is Christo. I've known him for a little while on Telegram. And he's really, really quite a lovely guy. Been talking to him for a while. And this is music that he makes. Now, I'm not one to ever... I have never really found binaural to work for me. Right? And it doesn't... just because... And I'll be honest with you, I haven't trusted it because I don't know who's making the music. But this is a guy who I know, and he makes all the music himself, and he plays all the instruments. So he tunes the instruments to the solfeggio key, like different tracks to different things, and he then creates this binaural music himself. So for those of you that are interested, his name is Christo Moorhead, right? And if you go into Christo, it's Christo, and think about what your girlfriend wants to give you. Most guys, Moorhead, one word. So Christo Moorhead, it's just an easy way to remember it because, like, as a guy, it's an easy thing to remember. Like, what's the best thing that there could be more of in the world? Moorhead. So Christo Moorhead, he'll kick my ass if he hears me talking about it like his name like this. But it's an easy way to remember it. Like, I use funny little head twisters to remember things. I find it works for me. But anyway, I listened to some of his music the other day, and I have never been affected the way I was by his music before. I listened to Cohen. It's a track that he just released like a few days ago, and I was blown away. Like the way it made me feel. I wasn't listening through. I was just listening to the music of it. It was really beautiful. But the fact that he makes the music himself, there's no AI involved. He tunes the instruments. He plays the instruments. He puts them through his own system and uses his own, system to play with the sounds and change the sounds of the instruments and put them together. Anyway, for those of you that are interested, all instrumentation, composition, and artwork by Christo Moorhead. So this is a guy who I would say, like, if you guys are interested in binaural beats, I would recommend this as being safe because this Cohen track I listened to, and it was so beautiful. Whenever I've listened to that so-called music that everybody's playing on YouTube and stuff, it doesn't make me feel like this. But this one really made me like I was feeling like, wow, this is really beautiful. So I just thought I'd share it here for people that are interested. Because if I think if we find something that's good and worthwhile, we should tell people, promote it. If they're people that are doing good things.
That's awesome. I love that. And the title of that Cohen is like a Zen poem that kind of like tricks the mind and like brings it into a deeper understanding. I love the word Cohen and the process of getting involved in the Cohens. It was part of a channeled poem that I wrote at the airport last month. And really kind of brought back a lot of memories. I was like, whoa, I haven't thought of this word for so long. I had to look it up again. But yeah, that's cool. And I also wanted to mention, since you mentioned Christo, Yeah, Chaya was talking about how both particularly Moses and Christos, or the Christ, Jesus, or Yeshua, were the water benders that were able to bend the water with their words. And they talk about also the Son of the Heavenly Father being able to walk on water too, which is like a whole different thing, but it's all about the vibrations. But I recently had to look something up. I've heard recently that they said water is actually two different liquids that move together. But what they're saying on Google search is that there's two gases that form a liquid by reacting and bonding together, of course. But the water bending skills, tune water, and basically what's happening is that liquid water shifts between two distinct local molecular arrangements. There's a denser form of water that's more disordered in structure. Then there's a looser, more open structure of water that are simultaneously arranging around each other. And they say that these two phases become distinct physical liquid phases under extreme cold or high pressure. So when they're like just warm, I guess it's like less differentiated. But when they get into like heat or cold, and with Boyle's law, you know that with more pressure comes more heat. So when they're in heat or cold, they're separating more. And so I think it's through their integration that we probably gain more healing effects from the water. And there's this lady named the Ice Maiden from Siberia, and she would pray and do intentions and mantras to her water and heal her water before she would drink it. And after she started this practice, she found that she no longer needs to wear clothing anymore in Siberia, where it's like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever. So she could go outside in a summer dress, wearing high heels on the ice, walking around, and she's like not cold or has any goosebumps. She's warm inside from healing her water. And people are chasing her around trying to give her a coat, like, you're gonna die. Like everybody out here has like 10 layers on with like all of these down fluffy jackets and earmuffs and hats and face masks and like 3 pairs of gloves with like hand warmers inside. And she's just walking around with no sleeves with a summer dress that's just blowing in the wind, like negative 40 degrees. And she's not even cold. And they're like, how are you not cold? She's like, look at my arms. There's no goosebumps. Feel my skin. It's warm. And they're like, how do you do this? And she just explains to them, by healing my water, I'm able to boost my energy levels in my body so that I can heal myself and heat my body within. And this is similar to what Wim Hof has been able to achieve. But he goes about it in a different way through breathing techniques that activate the hypothalamic axis. And what they've found in studies of him is that it actually allows the blood from the inner organs to cycle out to the skin and go into a cycle where it's going back to reheat and then go back to heat the surface of the body, which is something they've never seen anyone do before. So through breathing and through healing waters, we can access ways to boost our energy levels within the body, mostly probably influencing the mitochondrial powerhouses of the cells and boosting our mitochondrial health, in which boosts our vitality, so that not only can we do like physical feats and like be able to have better stamina and endurance and strength, but also we could be able to have like more inner heating to heat the body in cold temperatures, more higher conscious thinking, which is kind of a sugar drain on the body when you use your mind a lot and your brain's very active. It takes a lot of energy to do that. But I would think that possibly if you're using the right amounts of healed water and healing water and the right sun exposure and through breath work, you probably don't need to have as much sugar in your system. Or maybe if you do, you might like bonk out and like need to like get some sugar, but I don't really think that would be the case. It'd be interesting to see some studies about how that works. But I feel like you can provide energies to the body in different ways. Like through heating the body within, you would be able to break down fats, which if you have low fat, that's not good. And once you break down too much fat that you don't have like on your extramuscular or subcutaneous fats, then your brain is the next source of fat that your body would try to break down fats to be able to use the fats for energy. Or your muscle tissues could be broken down to be able to use those. So if you have a low fat content below 5%, these kinds of things could be detrimental potentially, but heating up your body within through breath work or through healing water, you could break down your fats, which create ketones. And the ketones are able to provide a separate metabolism to your cells, so they don't rely fully upon sugar and oxygen. They're now relying upon the ketones from the burned fat that energize the body. So through warming yourself inside through the Wim Hof method or through the water healing method of the Ice Maiden, you could potentially be able to raise your consciousness and become capable of doing like superhuman capabilities, like warm yourself within in frigid temperatures, or even levitate, or do telekinesis, or things like that. It'd be a step towards being able to have greater pronounced extrasensory perception and the clairs and whatever, be able to read minds, see auras, different things. And I feel like most people's energy levels are bogged down from a mainly acidic diet. And so the liver is tired and blocked, and they're not able to have high vitality. But if you alkalize your diet and eat a lot of like raw vegetables and a lot of green vegetables in your diet, and of course are able to have a good balance of amino acids in your diet that can be derived from a plant-based diet, then you can raise your alkalinity, because even fish, which is good, rich in omega-3, which is brain food, which is good for the brain, is acidic. And so that can kind of bonk out your vitality and block your liver too a little bit. Although it said that if you take one day out of the week of not having meat or fish or whatever, or they say fish could be okay, better than meat for one day out of the week, that it will allow your liver to clear those blockages and raise your vitality to higher states. So a lot of people have a lot of fatigue and are overworked and burnt out. Ashwagandha is like a really good herb to help battle fatigue. And you can take cordyceps mushrooms to boost your stamina and endurance and raise your vitality levels, so that you have a lot of overabounding energy to be able to take care of tasks and do like deep thinking. And it helps with like reading and comprehension too. So when we have these capabilities of like knowing that simple things like drinking water in the right way that's structured and healed, or breathing deep breaths with like a full yogi breath, which I was taught in yoga class when I was young, that a full yogi breath can incorporate, there may be different ways to do this, but you want to fill up your belly first and breathe in deep, slow breaths and open up in your belly, lower your diaphragm so you're opening up your lungs all the way, and puff out your belly with your breath. And then from there, you want to then switch it and start to puff out your chest and open up the upper lungs and fill up as much air as you can bring in, and then slowly breathe out that energy. And if you slow down your breathing and it's even slower on the out breaths, it puts you into a more relaxed state. Now, if you slow your breathing on the intake breaths and then breathe out fast, it'll kind of make you into like a more energized state, depending on what you want to be able to do. So that's kind of how the Wim Hof method is achieved. It's, I think, through like faster breaths that are going to like kind of breathe in a little slower, then breathe out really fast. That's how he's able to activate the hypothalamic axis and then make more heating inside the body. So you can do a lot of things with breath work. And if you want to like slow down your breathing and breathe out slow, that can put you into a state where you're coming out of the beta brain frequency. That's like the monkey brain, where you have incessant thoughts going in circles and invasive thoughts that are like coming in. It's like, oh, I don't want to think about that, but it's there. And then you're like, have all these things that are just going in circles, and you're having this little daydream like, oh, I'm so distracted, I can't focus on my meditation. Doing these slower breaths can help you change your brain frequency from beta into more, like, I think, delta brain waves, where you're going to become able to be more focused and see through the inner eye and open up to spiritual visions. And for me, those things appear as rings of light. And the rings of light are either approaching me or they're receding away from me. Sometimes they're going up or down. And other people see different things. Like Chaya said that she sees these lights as like spinning mandalas. And lately I've been able to see them operate differently from talking to her about how she sees them. So basically, like, a lot of people haven't been able to get to this state. But what I've done is I've been able to do meditation for decades. And after decades of focus on meditation, my inner eye, and through alkalizing my diet, my inner eye has become decalcified, and I'm able to see the lights within. That when I come through these tunnels of rings, I end up getting to a place where I come into my spiritual vision, and I can usually see birds flapping their wings. And by discerning like what kind of birds I'm seeing, I can tell what's the message for me, because I'm a shaman and I do interspecies communication. So I can either intuit like what my association with those birds is or are, and then, or I could look into like a book like Animals Speak, which is a great book and guide to shamanism, to see what the message of that animal is. And the messages of the animals are very distinct to what that animal's vibration is and what kind of energies they carry. So like, for example, like if you see a deer in your vision, the deer has high endurance and they can move uphill really fast. Whereas predators like a wolf kind of move in like fast spurts, but then they perspire and then they like expire, and they just kind of bonk out and they slow down and they can't go anymore. So they rely on trying to get their prey quickly because the prey will be able to outrun them. So a deer shows that like it has greater agility and it has greater endurance. So that can provide to you a message that you can be more able to get through difficult things and leap through them, and you can have more wherewithal to stay with them, to be able to carry forth and do and stick with the things that need to be focused on more. Whereas if you see things like, and plus the deer are very kind and sweet and loving to each other and protect one another. So you'll know that you're feeling like you're being protected and you're able to protect others, and there's like a healing force in the air. But if you see things like a wolf or something like that, that can also have a good message. Maybe the message is that you need to be able to work with the pack and get more involved socially, have other people help you with what's being done, and come up with more of a systematic approach to things. Come up with a way to get things done in a shorter period of time, not take forever or do too lengthy of things, but be more focused on getting tasks done and moving along. So like those are just some basic examples, but like also like a wolf could represent like things like be more willing to show your emotions and your feelings. Don't cage them up, and allow yourself to have a cathartic means to express your dark energies. Do it in a constructive way. And like that could be something that's embodied within the wolf energies. Whereas like the deer energy would be more like find more access to the love within you and use that loving energy to heal yourself and help uplift others around you. So there's like all these different things to it. Both of those animals are like a pack animal. So like the deer stay in the herd and the wolf stay in the pack. So they both suggest like being more involved socially in your tribe, in your circles, with people that are resonating strongly with you.
You know, that's interesting. You mentioned the deer, right? And I couldn't help noticing that, like, I hear the word deer, and deer means through, right? To go through. What language is that from? Is it from Proto-Dutch or Proto-Germanic? It's probably Proto-Germanic. Dear
You think
Dutch.
of like
through.
my dear friend, like DAR, like think dearly and kindly.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned with the nonsense, the psyop of like modern spelling. I mean, just the etymology, the phonetic spelling, the way words used to be spelt like a few hundred years ago, before you know the schools and the universities got hold of spelling. Dear Dutch etymology goes to Proto. Let's check. German. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all the way back to Proto-Indo-European.
But you said it means through, right?
Well, it's got many yeah. So the Proto-Germanic is. Let me show it here. And it's got more than one meaning, but through is one of the meanings. Where is that page? So here we see the Dutch word for door is deur, right? But it also means going through something. Yeah. If something travels through a doorway, ek het daar deur. To go through something is related to the word door. So the word door as an action or as attached to an action means you went through, as in you went through an arch, the arch of Venus, right? Because Venus rules the door, rules the arch. And the Proto-Indo-European there we can see it, right? And the Proto-Indo-European, it means through, you see? So the Proto-Indo-European root of that word means, the Proto-Germanic of that word means through. And then the old Germanics turned going through to mean a door. Because what is a door? A door is what you put in a place you have to go through, right? Like if you think about it, the words are connected. And so over time, the preposition denoting the action of going through a boundary shifted to describe the physical object, the portal or barrier itself. Basically is what I'm getting at here, if that makes sense, Indy. So the word deer is connected to through and to a door. Here in South Africa, we've got Afrikaans, and the language deer is a door. And then you look at the animal deer, and what does a deer represent? So if you and let's not stop there. Let's not stop there. Never ever get PIE. Let's see if Proto-Indo-European is going to throw up some. There we go. Deur or door, meaning door or gateway. You see? So there we go. Door or gateway, door or deur, which became Doers, which became Deur. Old Dutch became Duri, and Dore and Deure, Middle Dutch, and Modern Dutch, Deur. And then from Modern Dutch, it came to, here's an interesting word. The German word, Tour. Now, Tour is the word where the root for the word tourist comes from, Tour. But it's also the root for the word of casting a magic spell, which you got to admit is quite pretty cool. So the root of the word tour is for a journey, which is also representing a door. So that's why we have a tour. You go on a journey, a tour, or the tovenaar. That word is the root of the word for a magician. Tovenaar is somebody who manipulates the energies coming through the doorway or the arch, right? And the arch would have been related to the priests that were standing in the arch and doing their rituals, their spells. So it's just like really interesting if we take a look at that. So I then, sorry, I can't stop at Proto-German. It feels wrong. Like, why are we stopping at Proto-German? Why are we not going back further? Come on, man. You can go all the way. You can go back as far as we know. As far as we know, Proto-Indo-European is a group of languages that goes back to pretty much as far as we picking up the bones of ancient languages we don't quite understand. But we see certain connections within all the other root languages from that Proto-Indo-European language group. So, and it's not a language for people that are interested. It's a language group. It's a group of languages that's all around the world. That's why there is no such language as Proto-Indo-European. Anybody that speaks of it as a language has just been, well, misled. But anyway, the idea that I'm trying to get at is the animal, the deer, right? The animal, the deer, represents a doorway into the spiritual realm, right or wrong. So from Celtic traditions, the deer represents the masculine potential, doesn't it? The masculine force, with the deer antlers. The deer animal related to, what was it? Related to let's get that screen back here. I always find it hard to pronounce this word, sorry to say. I don't like to pronounce words I don't know, but I think like I might make sense if I try and say something like Kiernunos. That's probably wrong. And it's also connected to Fledas. I think Fledas is related to Fredas, right? So we're going to the Norse tradition here. But the stag, oh yeah, we're talking about a male deer. The stag is the symbol representing virility and the fertility of the forest. The female deer, the does, are connected to Fludice, or I think Fredas. And these animals are believed to act as guides to the other world, right? So whenever you need to travel through a spiritual doorway in the Celtic tradition, right, the deer would come. And the deer would be your guide to take you through the doorway, the deer. Do you see how these words are connected to the Dutch and the Germanic and the Indo, and how we can track it into the shamanic tradition? Because it's all about traveling through.
That's so
the
powerful.
Venus.
I did a talk yesterday at my spiritual center, and I got a ride home from a practitioner, and she was like, "Oh my God, there's a deer next to your house." And I was like, "Well, there you go. It's opening the door and to spiritual, deeper understanding." And we were talking about how she wants me to come back and talk more about my spiritual insights, because I do talks there and they know that I'm full of that kind of information, but they didn't hear about that today. So that's cool, really relevant what you said, that it's providing a path and a door But the thing that you mentioned about Tür from the German makes me think of a gate being another word for door. And like when you're visiting somewhere new, you go in the old times, you would go through the gate of the walled city first to get in there. So that's like part of the door that you enter through the tourism. And like it's you go to the gates to go on the airplane. So I feel like gate is also connected to door in a lot of ways, even though it's got different.
What is the gate as well? Like, what is the gait of a deer?
Oh, the gait, like the walk, the step.
The rhythm of their
Rhythm.
feet.
Yeah.
They have a particular way that they run,
Good point.
and they have this rhythm. The horse has a gait. The deer has a gait. Do humans have a gait? If you're walking rhythmically, I think gait means that when you get into a flow, right? And your body weight is constantly light. Does that make sense? It's light and it's moving, and you just tap the ground. You just tap the ground, and just tap the ground, and you just keep. It's like you're flying. You're tapping the ground just to stay up in the air. Horses do that. They tap the ground. They tap the ground. They tap the ground, but they're like floating over the ground. So I
Yeah.
think gait represents floating over the ground when you're sort of like you get your gait, you get your rhythm when you're running. Like
Well,
if
when
you're
I-
running and you get that rhythm, maybe with two legs it's harder.
Yeah, a little bit. But when I'm running down a hill, they say it's better to go backwards. But if I do go forwards, I do what you're saying, like just like light little taps. Just kind of going down the hill, just let yourself fall down the hill and just let your legs like tap lightly because it's very impacting on the knee to make a big step, big slow steps, and bam, bam, bam. It's bad for your knees. So if you kind of just let your feet and your toes and your ankles do the walking and just kind of tap off the floor a little bit, it's much better for your knees and less impacting to get down a hill. And you go pretty fast by doing that as well. So then when I'm sprinting, I try to get like a really long gait and just push off and go really fast and go on longer steps. So I used to be really good in the 400-meter, and I got some awards and got first place in a lot of events sprinting for long endurance runs because I was a center halfback in soccer for most of my life. So I was used to sprinting for like 90 minutes straight and just keep going and going and going and try to get as far as I can and beat everybody to the ball. So I had a lot of experience with that, which helped me with being able to do endurance running, which was a lot of fun. And recently, I was playing in the Waynesville Soccer League over in the town where I live in Western North Carolina. And it was really fun, but we would play against these Hispanic guys and they would kick our asses. So we had a hard time going against them, but it kept us on our toes. But it was good. It's exciting to watch World Cup right now for me because I've always been passionate about soccer and stuff. My brother and I both played for state. So it's pretty awesome. But there's definitely a thing to the gate. But my ex-girlfriend used to say that my cat would saunter and sashay. She wouldn't just walk. She would saunter and sashay. Everywhere she goes, she's like got this little sexy walk where she walks and she's just like nice and slow and just doing her little thing. And she doesn't ever speed up for anything. She's like very calm. If a dog comes to chase her, she'll just sit there and be like, get out of here. And she'll just kind of walk off. She's really slick. She's like a real protector. When I sleep, she sleeps by my feet. She protects me in the spirit world. And then during the day, my male cat, he's out prowling around trying to get birds and mice and stuff. I don't like that he kills birds, but it's great that he's after those rodents. He's a fast little guy. Compared to her, she's a big cat. With them green eyes, black cat. He's an orange cat. Which they say the orange cats, I don't know if it's just the Maine Coons, the fluffy orange cats, came from the Vikings. This kind of ties us back to some Germanic roots.
That's what we're talking about, Jack Kevin. If you listen to what we're talking about, we tend to have these very mystical conversations where we're talking about the way like an animal runs.
You might be muted, Franklin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Very, very sorry. So what I was saying was, Kevin Tuesday, welcome, namaste, lovely to have you here. What you might find that when we're having these deep mystical conversations, we might be talking about the way a deer runs, and we might be talking about the gate, right? And it might seem that what we're saying is one thing, but what we're talking about is very much what you're talking about as well, because we're talking about the rhythm and how hard you touch the world. So I want you to think about this for a moment. So when a deer runs, it runs on such gentle, light feet that it doesn't make much effort. It just bounces gently off of the earth. So you're talking here about forces the door to make outcomes, or there's another one where the door favors them. Well, in order for the door to favor you, you gotta make sure that you get through the gate right. It's how you get through the gate and the rhythm of your steps as you move through the gate that will dictate how you move through the door, how the door responds to you. Big relationship between the gate and the door. What we're talking about here is quite metaphysical if you think about it. So absolutely, when the door favors you, it's because you are not pushing hard against the earth. Because when you push too hard against the earth is pushed away from you. You got to work with the earth. You just got to gently tap the earth. You just got to work with the earth. And when you start flowing with the earth, instead of trying to fight the earth and move against the earth and like go against gravity, you flow with gravity and you just gently manipulate your path through the line of gravity, and it becomes easier to run. What he was talking about, pressure on your knees. But this is a metaphor of occult manifestation, if you really want to apply these ideas, because the deer is the creature through which we gain access to the other world. And in the other world, from a shamanic perspective, we have access to the divine flow of energy that can be part and parcel of the process of manifestation that will change the events of our lives. So there's an interesting little triviality that's not so trivial. And another thing you were saying, India, about the deer. An interesting point about deer and the relation to Venus, yeah? Often deer are related to the harmony represented by Libra, right? And Libra is the masculine face of Venus, effectively. So that harmony that represents beauty, the beauty of the divine spirit, is what's represented in the deer. That's why I think, if you think about it, are deer maybe of the most beautiful creatures there are? I mean, most people would probably agree. Like, if you're going to look at like really beautiful mammals, everybody agrees that the deer are they're so beautiful. Yeah. Really beautiful creatures. Like of all the animals, they must be the most blessed with beauty. I mean, all animals are beautiful fundamentally, but the deer have got a certain amount of grace that they carry, haven't they? That you see a lot of that beauty and grace in a horse, but a deer somehow carries it in such an unassuming, gentle way that, the beauty and the harmony of Venus, very much a powerful part of our psyche and our unconscious, and recognizing the way in which our language has developed. So there's something for you to think about. The word deer, the word door, the word for through, going through, door, are all connected. And so here we're seeing something about the vibrations of sound and meaning. Is that not interesting in itself? The very fact that the animal that represents going through that door And then how that is related to gate, right? Gata. Gata. I don't know how to transliterate that word. Paragata. There we go. So the Sanskrit word gate, yeah, is gata. So you see, let me bring it up for you. So we see there's a sacred connection with the word gate. English word gate, Sanskrit word gate. It's got to do with gone, departed, gone elsewhere, gone to some other place, right? So the gate is the having gone beyond, right? And the Mahayana Buddhist Heart Sutra, Gata, 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 Paragata, right? Or the Parasamgata. And the Parasamgata is like when you've gone outside of the field of what you think you are and what you think you know into a state of pure awareness of, I think it's like omnipotence in a sense. It's got an element of omnipotence. Not omnipotence. What do you call it when you not omnipotent when you have infinite knowledge and you have knowledge of all things in all places? What is that called? Omniscience. Yes.
And then there's omnipresence when you're everywhere. Ubiquity.
Right. I think omnipresence and omniscience are somehow connected, because in order to have omniscience, you must be somehow everywhere present to know everything of every place and time. And so that omniscience is related to the Paragata, or more specifically to the Parashamgata, which is, that's when you've gone into like that state of knowledge and awakening, where you're beyond sort of everything you can imagine. So let's see what else they can tell us here. So the architecture of doors are dvara, right? Now dvara is an interesting word. There's the pose of the gate, right? Parighasana. And Parighasana is like let me grab one for you. You might find this interesting. So there we go. All right, I have to open the image in the next one and share this one instead. So there's the Parighasana. Now, what does that remind you of? Indy. Oh, sorry. I thought you guys could see the screen. I'm so sorry. I didn't put it on the screen. What does that remind you of?
Crescent moon. Maybe like a bow and arrow.
Like
looks like wind blowing.
You know when the deer. I don't know if I'll be able to get one specifically of it. Let me see. Maybe I can get lucky. Open in a new tab. But look at those horns, the shape of those horns. Yeah. Hope you guys are seeing it. So there is a time when these animals put their one head to the floor. Have you ever seen it? It's a thing they do. And that thing is like it's like a crescent on the one side of their things. Like if they're going to like challenge each other. Have you ever watched the two deers challenging each other. Yeah. They put their thing down like that towards the ground on the side, one side or the other. And it sort of creates that kind of a bow crescent thing between the ground and the sky. And that's like closing the gate. So you can see like even there's subtle sort of innuendos if you look at the yoga postures as it relates to these things. It's like it's really interesting, you know, because it sort of represents the human body expressing itself in such a dynamic way. And I think like that has a lot to do with aligning yourself with the spiritual reality. Like that pose that we saw, this Vedic pose, right? This is called the gate pose for a reason, Indy. Are you guys with me, by the way? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just
So
checking.
this is the gate pose.
Yeah, it's called the gate pose for a reason, because you're preparing yourself for going through the gate.
Okay.
So the idea there is that you're going to like flow out of your body. Are you with me? Like you're going to flow out one way, travel outwards. Can you see how his energy is coming out of his body in that direction? His prana, his chi, his energy, his shakti. It's moving out of his body in that way, and it produces that powerful sort of resonance. So, you know, just thought it interesting for people to recognize and look and see there's like very deep metaphysical connections between these poses and animal forms that aren't so obvious. But if you ever see a deer, let me try and see if I can find an image of you. I don't know. What do you think, Indy?
I think that gate pose was interesting. It makes me think more of like the wind blowing something over to the side, or like the crescent moon. Doesn't really conjure up the idea of a gate by its first impression. But now that you mentioned that it's the gate pose, I do see where it's like almost as if the gate represents to depart. It's almost like you're being pulled or blown away, where like you're pushed away or being drawn away because you have to go. Whereas, I don't know, usually when you go through a gate, you're not like being blown or pulled or pushed or drawn through. You're kind of just meandering through the gate slowly and gently in a crowd of people usually. But I guess there could be a time where people are racing through the gates, like in a race. When they come out the gate and they're jumping into chase this little fake rabbit amongst the greyhound races or whatever, and they're rushing through. So I feel like that would be more indicative of this gate pose, where it's like you're being blown through the gate, you're being drawn to the side. Yeah, have you ever seen these pictures that have been circulating about the deer that has the horns and sometimes the head of the other deer stuck to him? And he's just walking around with this dead deer head stuck to his horns. Have you seen any of that recently? I've been seeing it. It's like kind of terrible, but it shows that
I've seen it in the past, but I haven't seen it in a long time. No.
there's a serious battle that ensues between these bucks and these stags. They're ready to risk it all, and some of them don't survive it.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that they can be pretty. Those horns aren't for show. But do you see what I'm talking about there? Where one, like, okay, these are older ones, and you can tell by the age of how many sets of horns I got, because they grow new sets of horns every season, right? And the
Yeah.
other ones, the points pop off. But do you understand what I'm talking about? Where they are at an angle and they put the one side of the horns on the floor. You with me? Can you see what I mean? Like they put in the one side of the horns on the floor, and it makes like a kind of an arch above their heads. Yeah, it's difficult to see because there's two sets of horns superimposed over each other, right? But that's the basic idea. I haven't found a better picture, but that picture sort of symbolizes what I'm talking about, where they have a habit to put their head on the floor like that with their horns on the floor, and it creates like an arch in their body. And so that's sort of what I'm talking about when I'm saying looking at this image, if that makes sense. It sort of, to me, resonates with that thing that these deer do when they are fighting, and they are, doing their thing, masculinating each other. But it is definitely like, there's definitely something very sacred and powerful about deer. And then the gate, right? And then the other element of the gate as well, right? That a gate represents safety. Yeah? Because that's why we have gates, isn't it? We put up gates to protect places. And we also have a gate to keep things in, right? Like you'll put a gate in an animal enclosure where you want to keep your animals in the place. You'll have to put a gate in there. So gate represents safety, and it represents increasing what you've got, in a sense. You put a fence around your property, and the fence needs to have a gate, because without a fence, if you don't have a gate, then nothing can move in and out of the property. There can be no movement, there can be no energy, there can be no flow. So the gate is important because you can then open, and like, for example, if you are irrigating soil using water, right, you will use gates to control the flow of water. You'll open and close the gates, and that'll control the flow of water to nutrients for your farm, for your land. And so gate is like one of those words that's got quite a lot of universal expressions, in the same way as the word door, deer, tour, tourism, magic. There's so many different elements, and both those words, door and gate, tour and gate, as it comes from Sanskrit, hold very prominent and powerful spiritual significance with regards to being present in more than one place at one time, or having presence, knowledge, or wisdom, or experience that comes from different realms of being. So here's just an idea for people to look at words, and just two words like that hold so much significance. It's powerful. Deer is very much on your page today. Hollow Bone, I'm happy to hear that. It's a very lovely animal. Welcome back, dear Hollow Bones. Welcome back, dear Tracy. Namaste. I hope you're good. Proper drainage is also important. The flow of water will only allow you so much control. Variation must be exactly. And that gate gives you the control. So gate represents control. The person who controls the gate controls the door, right? So in knowledge, we've got gatekeepers, and they control how much knowledge, like the general population's allowed to have about what's going on, and create false propaganda and false stories. Are you still with us, dear Cosmic?
Yeah, I'm here just listening.
What do you think about all of these words? How does this relate to the languages that you've been structuring and coming up with? And
I think when it comes to gates, I always think of them in their contrast of keys. Every gateway always has a key that opens up the lock. I've been thinking about, in a lot of ways, when I think about gateways, I always really more or less think about gateways like I focus on the outer Zarfexes in terms of gateways, and that how certain colors, in a sense, can become gateways or portals if you kind of know sort of how to use them, and they can act like little like doorways. We can think of them like, a certain color can be like a doorway, to a different world, place, or thing, etc., etc. And so, but one of the things that's interesting about like the keys and gates is that there's essentially 4 different types of gateways, and they're usually related to voids, right? So You have your black void, which is your O Zerfax. You have your colored void, which is your Dio Zerfax. Then you have your white void, which is your Zerfax. And then you have your fractal void, which is your Zerfax. And so these are all sort of different portals. They're all related to sort of different sort of Zerfax, channels or whatever, right? And I guess relating it sort of like back to your conversation, and that because it really makes you think about exactly like what is essentially a gateway. And I think that's kind of like what's always been interesting to me is like a doorway to another world. I always think of gateways in terms of doors. Like there's like usually some kind of like a wall, and then there's a gate that you have that can open and close. But the idea of a gate, is that only the person who makes the gate understands how to open the gate. So if you design the gate, you have the key or the combination lock to get through, but nobody else knows the combination lock. That's kind of the idea. So I guess if you think about it from that perspective, every gateway has to have some kind of key. And so I think that key is like, kind of like a key you can use to open doors or something. I think is also an important kind of philosophical or occult concept to kind of consider in conjunction with that.
I think that's really interesting, and relevant, because the key is also the is also the key, or as they call it in China, the chi, right? And the Japanese call it ki. So that ki or chi is what manages the system and comes through that door. So what's flowing through that door is the key. And in order to travel through that door, you need to be able to control your ki or your chi. Isn't it interesting the way language does that?
Yeah, totally.
So I think we've gone into quite a lot of elements of the vibration and played around with words. What about transformation? What do you guys think in terms of transformation? Sound. Does transformation of an object change its resonant vibrational harmony and pitch? If all things are vibrating and all things are vibrating at a particular pitch and harmonic, then if you change or transform something, does its harmonic pitch change? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so. It makes me wonder if something would change when it becomes more harmonic to be like slower or faster. Because higher kind of makes me think faster and lower makes me think slower. But at the same time, I could also see the paradoxical aspect where higher is more slower and in the sense like more calm, whereas lower is more faster and like more busy and like wild and like too fast, like eager, you know? So it's an interesting question. And I feel like transformation to me makes me think of the number 5, which represents transformation and change. And it's a big number for me because that's my Enneagram number. So I identify as the sage. And transformation for me is like indicative of like Shiva in the works of Shiva as the great transformer, to be able to allow me to change and to become more in touch with the way things are changing and change with the times and don't get stuck in my ways and be willing to move forward and be able to change with the challenges that I face and transform myself to be able to work through those challenges and learn. It's all about learning and transforming and changing to be able to embrace new opportunities and overcome previous limitations. And so in this practice, I usually call upon Ganesha, the son of Shiva, or the son of his Syzygy, and the protector of her. And basically, Ganesha removes the obstacles for that transformation to happen and helps to free the path from things that are blocking. So I feel like they work well together. And the adventurer, number 5, sometimes referred to as the sage, represented by Mercury. And I'm double mercurial, and Mercury is represented by the color orange, which the Tibetan monks wear. And to me, that's a sacred color. And when I was young, I used to wear orange all the time. It was my favorite color. Lately, I started wearing orange again, but I had moved away from orange to yellow because I had transformed to work towards joy that I had then been able to receive. And so I was embracing the joy that I had been able to change towards by wearing the yellow. It was bright for me, where my spirit had become bright. But now I feel like there's more to change in my life, not necessarily about my inner life, but about my ability to be able to work with others to bring them joy. So there's more transformations are afoot for me that are coming into place where I'm learning to be more attentive to the needs of others, not in such a way where I feel like I have to be a doormat and do what other people want me to do, but in the sense where I want to be in service to others more by my own volition in ways that are working within my boundaries so that I can help others that and it helps me. So in a lot of ways, I helped myself through self-mastery, and now I kind of have an obligation or opportunity to be able to give away the gift that I got for myself to be able to keep it. So I've done so much work for my self-mastery, but now if I can help somebody else with their issues and give them the gifts that I was able to find through Carl Jung and shadow work and other different modalities and teachers, then it'll keep it fresh in my mind and remind me to be grateful for the challenges that and changes that I went through in the past, as I see them going through changes that bring me back to the journey that I was on. And I feel like I have a great opportunity ahead of me right now. I was talking with my neighbor after my speech on my life story yesterday, and he was talking about how a lot of people in the church, they don't really have that many issues. They're there because they're just trying to kind of go through the steps and build community, but they're usually doing pretty good to be able to go to a place like that. Whereas other people come to a place for help that are in like a struggling situation, like 12-step meetings and things like that. And he said he's starting to be a counselor. He's done like a dime or at least a nickel in a penitentiary and struggled through a lot of stuff. So he's out and he's liberated and he's free and he's moved on to do better in his life. And he's got a lot of lessons to teach. He's got a lot of experience with hardships and adversity that he can provide insights to people that are going through hard times. And he said, the people that are trying to go through change for the better in their lives, oftentimes the people that have book smarts to try to teach them those lessons aren't really versed to have the wisdom and understanding that they're going to appeal to and resonate with, are people that have had difficult situations in their lives that haven't had the time to sit down and read books and contemplate about it. They've been too busy living through it. Those people have a lot more resonance with people that have also had similar situations where they've been going through it and they want to see the light on the other side. They want to see come from somebody that's been through the darkness themselves, not somebody that's never experienced those challenges, but learned in a book what you're supposed to say. And I was learning about Rumi yesterday, and they said that Rumi he used to give a lot of lectures and sermons based on things that he had planned to say and learned to say. And he had this one teacher that told him, you need to throw those away. You need to burn those. You need to speak from your heart. You need to find the fire within. and speak in ways that are as passionate, that's relevant to you in your life, that's going to make people feel like this is something that comes from a unique place, not the same old story we've heard from so many different people. And that's where his poetry started to really blossom forth and started to be able to have that fire within come out and shine and bring people to look at the splendor of his words. So it was a beautiful experience. I connected with some fellow alchemists yesterday, and everything that they were sharing was like, oh my God, yes, I love this. Like, we went through these transformations together, and I can resonate with you. And it made me think about so many other people that I come across, and there's not really this strong resonance because they're just talking about jokes or silly things or mainstream stuff. And I'm like, that reminds me of kind of like when I was in my dark side of my life, just wanted an escape. I didn't have many bits of wisdom or insight or experience of transformation towards good things. I just needed to have something that would be able to distract me. So I don't resonate with that stuff as much, although there's always something I can pull out from somebody I connect with that brings resonance to me. Usually it has something to do with nature, if nothing else, because everybody appreciates nature, I would say, in some way, whether it's just if it's a sunny day versus it's a rainy day, or if they can appreciate the rain because the flowers only bloom when it rains and there's always a silver lining in a cloud. Anything that has to do with nature to me is about transformation, and it's not something that's always the same. There's going to be things that you value now that are going to fall away. There's going to be things that you dislike now that are going to change for the better. So there's those things are happening simultaneously, where something that you like is going to turn into something you dislike, while something you don't like is turning into something you do like. And it might be part of the same even thing that you're looking at, that yin within the yang and the yang within the yin. So there's a lot of power in that. And I think nature is so dynamic and transformative. It allows us to transform in our hearts and minds. And it brings us deep insights about our own journey. And humanity is changing right now to start to embrace nature. I feel like we're trying to walk away from this unsustainable synthetic culture that's being pushed upon us and collapsing before our eyes. So we're starting to appreciate nature more as we see it being trampled. Whereas some people are like always drawn away from nature towards luxury and comfort. Like, I just want to sit in like this synthetic spaceship and fly away somewhere else. There's too many bugs. People are bothering. They want the mothership to save them and pull them up.
Plastic bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah, bubbles are powerful. I think in a lot of ways, like I've kind of with my, my system, I've definitely utilized the power of sort of bubbles. I think about this like game I used to play in my early childhood a lot. This game for the regular Nintendo system called Bubble Bobble. And the idea was in this game is like you're like a
Dude,
little dragon.
I love that game.
Yeah, but what's interesting about that game is that you defeat your enemies by putting them inside of a bubble, and then you can pop it, because when they're not in a bubble, they can, shoot fireballs, attack you, shoot you with lightning bolts. But once you get them inside of a bubble, they're pretty much helpless, and you can do what they want. And I realized that I was doing kind of the same thing conceptually with like philosophies and ideas. It's like by sort of like encapsulating people's like BS into bubbles, is like you can kind of like pop them and conquer it in a way. So I always thought about like the idea that, a belief system is like a bubble, and then whatever that belief system regards as ultimate reality or sort of the end all be all of all things then becomes the edge of that bubble in a philosophical sense. And you start looking at that and looking at the universe from this way and making everything into these Zerfax bubbles. It literally is a kind of transformation that's, slowly starting to unfold over the years as I start to like play with this stuff. It's like you play with these ideas, but then after a while you start to realize my actual perception of what reality is starting to shift. Like it's all started just getting into this like this massive bubble matrix. And when you can kind of like put things into that, you can kind of like see the world in a different way. You can start to see like worlds outside of worlds, and it's like this whole different perspective. And in a lot of ways, like if you go down a different path and you try exploring different ideas, you're going to go through a transformation or like a metamorphosis. That's kind of like what I feel like. It's like they're teaching me all this stuff and I'm going through some weird like metamorphic hyperdimensional like realization, like you're going through some like weird alien transformation or something. It's really interesting, you know. And so I think in a lot of ways when you're doing any kind of magic or any kind of occultism, there's just going to be a transformation that happens simply because you're sort of shifting reality outside of its normal, you know, physical parameters of sort of what's possible by injecting, you know, intention and, you know, supernatural elements into it. And because of that, there's going to be a necessary transformation that's going to happen that will be needed for that change to manifest in reality in the first place. So in a lot of ways, you know, transforming your normal consciousness into something completely different seems to be kind of the bread and butter of, you know, magic.
Or bread and olive oil with balsamic vinegar and rock salt. if you're eating a pure plant-based diet. Yeah, no, definitely. There's definitely the you know, is definitely the core, I would say, of any esoterically inspired any kind of spiritual work, well, whatever that form may take, right? Because transformation is essentially like really what we're talking about at the end of the day. And I think that it is quite important for us to be able to register and to take onto board just exactly how much of this we sort of we're doing all the time. Every word that we're saying is having a vibrational effect on our consciousness, on our mind, on our field, right? And so we never stop really affecting the transformation of our consciousness. The question is, are we doing so conscientiously and consciously, or are we doing so unconsciously in a way that is just a, dude, are you in the library just doing like using the local furniture's weights? I think that, dude. Well, you're not making a noise, so technically, I suppose you're not breaking any rules.
It's
You're not
cold in
making
here,
a
but I gotta
noise.
stay warm somehow.
Right. They keep the library nice and cold, do they? What library is that? Is that like the local?
Yeah, the town library. It's probably the county library, I think.
It's interesting that they don't warm the place at all. Like you would think that they'd have.
They do warm. It's hot outside. It's so they got the AC pumping.
Right. So somebody needs to tell them to turn down the AC because it's just overwhelming.
That's the thing around here. See, I live in the South, and most people are big boned and stuff. So it's really cold everywhere you go in the summertime because people don't want to sweat. But I'm thin. I lost like 100 pounds. I recently just lost 20 pounds. So I get really cold. So I got to stay active and do a lot of push-ups and pull-ups and stuff. And like whatever I can do to like not be freezing with goosebumps everywhere I go. Because they pump these ACs like crazy. It's nuts.
Did you say you lost how many pounds?
I lost 20 pounds in the last 2 weeks from walking and dieting and stuff. I just been fasting.
Okay. Not from being sick. Did you say 130 pounds?
I'm down to 150 now.
Okay, 150. I thought
lost
you
20
said so 130. I'd be like, dude, you need to eat.
Yeah, when I get to 130, I need to bulk up again. That's too thin.
Yeah. No, well, definitely. I suppose it's summer as well, you know. Maybe you've been sweating a bit as well when you're walking and stuff. It makes sense, metabolizing.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that they keep the place so cold. It's just really unnatural in summer to make the place so cold that it's
All
uncomfortably
the
cold.
grocery stores are freezing cold, and the restaurants is so cold in the restaurants, in the movie theaters. It's so uncomfortable. It's like I can't eat. I'm like freezing. I'm like stiff. You know? But
I
like,
can understand the supermarkets being cold to keep the fresh produce fresh. I can sort of get that, because you don't hang out in the supermarket. You go in, you get what you need, and you get out. You know, it's not a pretty place to hang out. It's like all those weird colors and overwhelming sense of smells and stuff. But restaurants, you would think they'd want you to be cozy. You know, you would imagine.
those are the worst places. I've always seen the wind's blowing right on us. I need to learn to bring a jacket, like a really hot, warm jacket to the restaurant, because I don't like to be cold when I eat. It's not conducive to eating.
It's not good for your body, for your digestion, is it?
No, because it puts you into a stress modality where you're like your muscle tissue is not repairing, and you can't activate your parasympathetic nervous system.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, here we don't do that kind of nonsense. Cape Town's not like that. People don't do that. Supermarkets are a bit cold, but that's the one place that you should be cold, because you don't want to make your produce on the shelves go off prematurely. Even the stuff that's not refrigerated, even the vegetables, slightly cooler environment, everything stays fresher. Everything in the whole supermarket's going to stay that bit fresher. It makes common sense that the place is a little bit cool, but everywhere else is not warm, not cold. It's just really interesting. Maybe it's just like they waste a lot of electricity in the States, maybe on rubbish that they don't really need.
We've been having a lot of power outages around here. People think it's connected to the data centers. Did you know that they shut down CERN for the next 4 years for repairs and maintenance?
Did you say for 4 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time. I know they shut it down. I didn't realize. I don't remember it being for 4 years, but I know it was for. I thought it was 2 years, but anyway, 4 years is a long time.
We have 4 years to like work on ourselves right now, because CERN was like opening these gates to like slow, and it was speeding up time where we didn't have enough time to do anything, and we were more enslaved and too busy all the time. Now they say time has slowed down since they've stopped it, and that we have more time to get our things together and like make music and make writing and books and spend more time together and have more time for each other right now. I feel it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That is rather interesting.
A long time for maintenance.
You know, I think as well, like when we look at these things and we start to like understand just exactly what it is that they're doing and how they're manipulating, the substance of matter, with words, with thoughts, with actions, with deeds, with everything affects matter, right? Like every word you say affects matter, because it's a vibrational field. Every vibration that you create affects matter. But now they've become quite adept at really messing with the vibration of matter in a particular way that's not particularly healthy, right? And I think it is like rather fundamental to sort of sit down and just grasp exactly what it is that they're doing, you know, just exactly how this works, where this is going to take us. Because we've sort of lost we've lost our common sense to a point, right? And because we've lost our common sense to a certain point, we've sort of lost our root to our ancestral lineage, to our connection with ourselves, right? To our connection with each other, to our connection with what it means to be a human being fundamentally. And the only solution that there is, right? The only solution that there is for us to actually take a look at what makes us tick. Yeah? Take a look at what makes us tick and find a way to sort of put it into perspective. because we are at that point in our development, I think, where it's going to be sort of really important for us to sort of to reach in and make very particular choices, because those choices, I think, are going to be the key to whether we're able to sort of come to terms with what we're going to do with our futures, because we think that we're in our futures. We don't understand. And this is something I'd like to like what you guys think. I think that we're vibrating now, and the vibrations that we make now hold our futures and our pasts in these vibrational fields. And so we might not realize it, but we are creating our futures and our past right now, right here. And the mistake that we make is by thinking that it's happened in the past, because it's actually happening now. So we have the ability right now to shape our futures while we shape our pasts, while we change the field of our vibration now. And we've been taught that this is just physical matter, and that we're just flesh puppets, and that there's just a endless cycle of materiality, and that there's no real influence of consciousness or the ability to shape our state of mind, and how our state of mind produces resonant fields that are going to affect the structure of the future and the past, because they're sort of like emanations of the present. What do you guys think of that as a reality, as a possibility?
Yeah,
That the
there's
future
like
and the past-
state-dependent memories. So like when you get into a good state, you start to remember the good times. So even though the bad things might have happened in the past, when you get into a good place now, you're going to focus more on the good things that have happened in your past and welcome more of those things to come in the future. So I feel like that's really powerful practice, where you can use gratitude to access that. When you're in a like complaining mood, like, oh, I want to complain to people about whatever is going wrong. But if you can shift that into like, I want to think about what I'm grateful for now, what I'm grateful for in the past, then you can be ready to receive more things to be grateful for coming forward. It's a powerful shift.
Yeah. And what do you think, Cosmic? Do you think that you can change your past now?
Well, I think if we think about what we were talking about earlier with the Schrodinger's cat thing, about how there's a bunch of like, everything has a bunch of infinite potentials. I think in a lot of ways I think when we look at our past differently, we're also exploring alternative past potentialities that we didn't manifest themselves. So in a lot of ways, we are kind of constantly changing our past by constantly changing our context and perspective on what the past is, and also constantly. And if you think about too, our changing of the past is constantly like, shifting. Like you'll learn about some new thing in history. It's like, oh my God, this completely changes the way I thought about history. It's like you'll believe history is like one thing, and then you learn some new piece of information, and now your understanding of history is completely different. But then you think about it, did I change my understanding of history, or did I merely enter an alternate history by sort of like learning this new belief? So like kind of like we were talking about like earlier, Indy, about how like when something isn't necessarily real or actualized until someone experiences it, and then maybe like the past is kind of like that too, in the sense that like when you look back at your past, you can explore alternate paths. So if you think of like, time being like multidimensional, and if there's sort of, if you have a timeline, you got the past, the present and the future, and then you have kind of like alternate timelines where it's like there's an alternate, then that same rule and logic would also apply to the past. So in the same way you can enter an alternate timeline in the present, you can also explore alternate timelines in the past and sort of like change, your perspective. Because in a lot of ways, there's certain times where if you think about it, if you're having a really good day, you'll look back in your past and say like, oh, I've had this really great, awesome life. I've been super lucky, and all these great things that have happened to me. Whereas maybe you're having a really bad day and you could recontextualize it like, oh man, I've always had this terrible life. I've always been, unlucky. And then you think about all the bad things that are happening in your life. So in a lot of ways, that present belief could kind of echo back into the past and sort of like shape and like contextualize how you feel things. So in a lot of ways, how we perceive the present does affect how we perceive the past, because in a way, when we look at the present, we think, what is the past that led to the present that I'm currently in? And if you don't like the present that you're currently in, you're going to be angry at the past that led you to this current present. But then again, like maybe if there is no set, specific past that you can think of, that changes the understanding of that in an interesting way.
Yeah, I reckon so. I reckon there's a lot to this. So I see we've gone over the 4-hour mark. And I thought, like, last ideas, last things you guys want to throw on the table. What are the last ideas or concepts you guys want to throw on? Now's the time to throw it. Throw it
Yeah, I
all, man.
recently heard that through a physical exercise, you shut down the reptilian brain and the fear centers, and intrusive trauma, PTSD, gets lessened from more physical exercise. So as you start to get fit and get more involved in taking exercises and working out, you build deeper inner calm. And I always wondered, like, how come if you're running and raising your heart rate, that it's going to help your heart? Because wouldn't that make you have more heartbeats? But what the answer is that it actually makes you push your heart to the limit to beat a lot faster than it normally would. And when you get into the calm resting state, your heartbeat gets lower during the calm resting state, which you're in more often of the time. So it's kind of a paradoxical thing. I also wondered, like, if the wind blows, why doesn't it warm us up? Because it could create friction. And since we're missing a coat of fur, it actually blows off the moisture on our skin that keeps us warm. And so it makes us colder. But if it blows hard enough, it could cause windburn and would heat us up to the point where it would burn us. So there's a lot of paradoxical things with the material plane that it takes a little like contemplation to reason through and figure out how the paradox is operating.
I think I've said everything I need to say today. I can't think of any other like topics or areas to go over right now.
Well, yeah, totally. What was it that Tomru was saying? We're energetic electromagnetic vibrations that attract, repel, and radiate according to thought and emotion. So basically, yeah, choose what you radiate, choose what you channel, choose what you bring, choose what you give. What is it? What is that you got there, dear brother? That looks pretty.
I did some graffiti at a little dance hall that I went to play some. They were playing some jungle, and this guy was doing some graffiti, and he got his name on this one up here. I put my name on this one down here. Then I got my buddy ND Skies, is a jungle drum and bass DJ. He's awesome. He plays really good sets. It's like really progressive, like it'll build up and break down and then like mix in and double drop. And he's awesome. A lot of other DJs is just kind of keep like a solid rhythm all the time, but he's got he brings in a lot of good vocals and atmospherics and stuff. If you ever get to check him out, take a look at ND Skies, the YZ.
YZ, ZY, Zai, Isaiah. Well, dear brothers, it's been an absolute ball. And thank you all in the chat as well for joining us and hanging out and enjoying. Always a pleasure. Dear Tom, how's your kittens doing, Vincent? Tracy's asking. Yeah, Vincent, you took on some kittenage. How's your kittenage doing? Kittenage? Vincent says Art is nice. Is Art the name of your kitty, Vincent? Yeah, you always got to double dip, Tom. Double dip. You got to double dip it. That's They are fine. What are their names, dude? What are your kitties' names? Names are important. They're powerful. They're exotic. They shape the form of sound, and they inform the sound about the shape that that sound relates to as the sound occupies the form that that sound represents, as the form is an expression of that sound. I hope that sounds like a good expression of form. You call them all Kitty. Oh, Vincent. You should give them all individual names, dude. Like this one should be Kitty and Kita and Kitu and Kitit and Kitit and Kitit and Kitu and Kiti and Kita and Kito and Kata. Anyway, big love to all of you. Take it easy. Keep smiling. Keep the dream alive. Sending you all big love. It's been an honor with you guys in the chat. It's been an honor with you, Indy. It's been an honor with you, Cosmic. Take it easy. Keep the smile going. Big love. Much love. Om Namah Shivaya. Don't forget to smile, peeps. Life's just too short not to.